you'd be like, Steve, I like you. We're friends, but this isn't a public space for your marketing for your shop, yeah? Really? How do you say goodnight then? You don't? Clearly. Good time zone, I guess. Sheesh. I mean, like, that makes sense. But wow. That's pretty strict. Anyway, welcome back to Threatdweller. Threatdweller is, it's building up. We've completed the very long bridge. Haven't actually done anything with it yet. This over here is going to become a library. There, up there, you'll see, kind of like in the corner of this like lower section, there's some ice, which is that turquoisey stuff. This is an aquifer largely on this layer. Well, not largely, but chunks of it are an aquifer, all of that. So I'm kind of hoping this will fill up with water, because it is a varied aquifer. So I'm kind of hoping this will fill up with water, and we can have a little moat over here, which would be neat. But this is going to be my library. Currently it's nothing, but it's going to be my library eventually. Over here is the main fortress itself, which kind of goes up to here, which eventually is going to get a roof on top of it, which it doesn't yet. Right here is the windmills that power the pumps. If I unpause the game, you'll see them moving. If I go down here, there's the machinery that is spinning rapidly to power the pumps. The pumps fill this, well, wall here up with lava, which can be easily dumped down into this area to drown anything that attacks us in hot, spicy water. And we're already under attack. Well, I mean, that was not much of a tour, because a vile force of darkness has arrived. Look at that. Never mind. No vile force of darkness has arrived. They immediately left. False alarm. Anyway, moving on. Down here is our bedroom layer, where we have both the tomb for the king and the queen, which are attached. The king is Elamino, or the queen, rather, is Elamino, and the king is orange. The mayor is Belug, who's an elf, and we have Wilmer, who is also another one of our dwarves from a previous fort, who is our outpost liaison. If I scroll down here, the fortress itself kind of goes down to here. This is the king and queen's quarters. We're still working on it. It's a work in progress. This is the main bedrooms layer, as well as the outpost liaison's bedroom down at the bottom. Down here is the lava forge and the reservoir for it. We can go down a little bit further, and there's where we put bodies. As you can see, a couple dwarves have been left there, unfortunately. Down here is the old lava reservoir, which is currently in the process of being deconstructed. And then we can go even further down through the third and cavern layer, and then we run into here, which is where we've been mining adamantine. As for named dwarves in the fort, we have Razlime, we have Dragona, we have Mirhal Clay. Scrolling down a little bit, we have Orange, Farana, we have Redger, we have Frog for Hire, we have Harry is Gamer, we have Stone, Thalfon, Wilmer, of course, Wait What, and Hops. We have Tele B, we have Elamino, who I previously mentioned, Cutest Ghost, Mr. Mac, and as well as Rolf and Ayer, and Animal, and Hex Wrench, and Snail, and Titan Slayer, who killed a Titan, and Hydra Slayer, who killed a Hydra, and Belug, who's our Elven Mayor. Vile Force of Dark, I don't know, they just showed up and left. They do happen to do that at times, which is always interesting. But I guess we should get over to the far end and get back to this. We are in early spring, so I'm hoping that this will melt soon-ish. But we're going to be working on this outer wall out here, which is mostly conglomerate. Actually, the thing I need to do is I need to go down to here, maybe right here. I need to make a bar and slash block thing. And we're going to fill this up with conglomerate blocks. Yeah, they've been a great mayor so far, frankly. They don't make ridiculous requests or anything, so super good mayor thus far. Also a very dwarfy elf. Very dwarven beliefs. I mean, the dwarves like him, so why not trust him? They might have been a scouting group from a different faction. They might have just bugged out. It's hard to say. I have no idea what caused it. It's the first time I've seen that in this particular map. Oh, hey, a snatcher. Think of the children. Although I also haven't seen a goblin snatcher in this fortress just yet. So this is a first. I'm gonna send 40 dwarves to go kill him. Doesn't have any specific markings, although he does have a gremlin leather cap. I'm sorry, Diamond. Rest in peace, our good gremlin. He's wearing cave spider silk sandals. Full fur socks. Human bone bracelet and a human nail crown and an elf nail ring. Ugh. And an elf nail earring. And an elf hair earring. Ugh. You monster. I know, right? Leather cap. Oy vey. Well. Question is where's the kiddos? Well, that's not a kid. That's a mechanic. I mean, it's walking right into the fortress. The dwarves seem to have realized this little goblin is here. The military's coming, which is what he's seen. Trying to get back into the fortress. He's making another attempt. Nope, now he's panicking. There's a necromancer down there, too. Probably should have tried to just slam the doors, but I didn't. Turning around. You really heading back in? Here comes the dwarves. Catching up. Diduk seems to have caught up with him. Got a hit in on him. The wrestler stabbed the thief in the upper body with a steel spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the middle of the spine's nervous tissue through the troglodyte leather cloak, and a tendon in the middle spine has been torn. The goblin thief loses hold of the troll fur bag, and the goblin thief falls over. The wrestler stabs the thief in the lower right leg with his steel spear, tearing the muscle through the cave spider silk trousers. A sensory nerve has been severed, and the goblin thief says, "How fleeting life is." Ah, no! The wrestler then bashes the goblin thief in the right hand with the shaft of her steel spear. The injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack. How dare they have hands after they try and steal our children? The force bends the right wrist, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. You will imagine it as an alive gremlin sitting on his head. Well, I mean, you can do that if you want. The fighting then continues. Blood is falling. And the goblin is now dead. The fight ended by the wrestler stabbing the goblin in the left upper leg with her steel spear, fracturing the bone and shattering the left hip's bone. An artery has been opened by the attack and a tendon has been torn. The ligament on the left hip has been torn and a tendon has been torn. The force twists the left hip, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the muscle. The goblin passes out from exhaustion. The wrestler pulls on the embedded steel spear and gains possession of the steel spear, ripping it out of the wound. The wrestler then stabs the thief in the head with her steel spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a tendon in the skull has been torn. It really is quite the thing. It's like whenever a dwarf punches something in the head and they explode into gore. It's like, how hard do you need to punch something for them to explode? Like, Chad, have you guys seen the movie Drive? Because in Drive, spoilers for Drive, there's a scene where there's two guys in an elevator in that movie. 3 people in an elevator, actually. I recommend seeing Drive. It's a very good movie. But there's a scene when there's 3 guys in an elevator, right? Or two guys and a girl in an elevator. One of the guys grabs the other guy, throws him on the ground, kicks him in the stomach, and then stomps on his face until there's just a hole where his head was. It takes a good, 20-something stomps to do that. So I mean, I've seen that in a movie, but it was definitely more than one smack to make that happen. Also, Drive's just a good movie. I am very confused about that image you posted in Discord, by the way, Happy Pills. Long story short, go watch Drive. It's a good movie. Yeah, it's definitely an impressive feat of dwarven strength. That much is known. But now all the dwarves are transporting all of these blocks all the way across the bridge. Let's watch that for a little bit. Because we do have a lot of dwarves in this fort. A whole lot of dwarves in this fort. Just think of how meaty a dwarf fist has to be to hit something made of flesh and bone and hit so hard to not turn it. What? Like the dwarven fist doesn't turn to? Yeah, like that's the thing that like I don't fully get is like there's no equal response. It's like you just punch a thing and then the thing explodes. It's not like you punch a thing, the thing explodes and your hand explodes. Because I don't know how many of you guys have been in a fight, but if you get into a fight with somebody and you punch them real hard, you're gonna have cuts on your knuckles, right? And that's why, like, you see, like, professional fighters and such wearing gloves is so they don't split their knuckles when they hit people. Dwarves have force fields, evidently? Evidently. So now once this stuff's done, it'll be much quicker to instruct things. It's very easy to break your damn hand punching someone in the head. Yep. Can confirm. Been there, done that. Well, I didn't break my hand, but I did definitely split mine. A poet has shared many tales from beyond Threatdweller. Chaz? Nothing I'm seeing immediately. Usually it's from the other factions, though. Not seeing any invasions or anything. Oh, there's something. So at Surefoot, that's actually a fortress that I'm quite familiar with. I've seen people from there. Down here. I've heard that name before, this fortress. Like other dwarves from the Light Seals as part of this faction. Maybe we got to assist. I mean, we are quite the unstoppable force. I mean, that's got 6,000 Vilebode. We could definitely, like, pick off their pits around the edges a little bit. The Curse of Entering. Okay. What do you think, chat? Do we assist a different dwarven faction from far away? Maybe we could demand tribute from them as well. $3,000. 75. Ooh. On the Trenches, an introduction to the goblin. Choose the disease of animals. Choose the disease of animals? It's like a choose your own adventure, but like what diseases they die from. The Trenches after the end, and the truth about the social animals, and in pursuit of virgin stole. And the goblin explained. I would like to have the goblin explained, so we're going to send the disemboweled sabers up there to go gather us some information. Just a plain old raid. I don't want to loot other items, so I don't end up with random socks and shit. But we are going to send one of my squads out to go raid Virgin Stole. That's such a funny fucking name. But yeah, I think we'll assist them a couple of times, then we'll demand tribute. And then maybe they'll come trade with us. Make more conglomerate blocks. I mean, probably. It's called psychological warfare. Well, it wouldn't surprise me all that much. Can work on this around the edges. But anyway, I love how the conversations today have gone. We talked about whether or not it's scandalous to put the word gate at the end of your generic scandal. We talked about why calling things that aren't roguelikes is silly. And we talked about how you can break your hand punching somebody in the head. This has been a good string of stream conversations. This is the kind of conversations I like. Because I have to think back the last 30 minutes to be like, okay, wait, what the fuck were we talking about? How did we get here? Those are the good conversations. But I hope that you've had a peaceful week aside from the air raid sirens, Daigo. The content that you came here for. Yeah, absolutely. The what the fuck was I talking about? Content. Another Void Hunter is visiting. I'm convinced that this is just the Necromancer Tower trying to fuck with me on the topic of enemies trying to fuck with you. Pretty sure I just made one out of a solid boulder. Yep, I did that earlier today. Roguelike gate. No. That's all I have to say to that is no. This kind of talk seems to be similar vein to what you and friends talk shit at the bar. Yeah, no. I mean, speaking of me and friends, the friend that I went on a hike with on Saturday just tested positive for COVID yesterday. So I've been sitting here just stressing out over that shit. But, I mean, it was negative as of yesterday, negative as of this morning, so somehow I seem to have dodged it, but... The elves have arrived to trade. Would you look at that? Asramini. That's scary news. Yeah, it's not the first time it's happened where it's I'll hang out with somebody and then 3 days later they'll be like, oh, I am positive. And I'll check. Then I'm negative. Check again. I'm still negative. Check a third time. Still negative. It's hey, 3 days in a row, still negative. So, I mean, not that I have any symptoms or anything. Just my normal cranky self. 4 elves are here to trade. What? I'll sell them, though. I don't know if I could interest them in a tower. Not really a great sales pitch here. But we'll build flooring around the inside, and then build up a wall on the outside, and then do it again. Making it a positive to be a negative person. Can I take a moment to just say fuck the English language for a second? then you can carry on. Yeah, wearing masks at a bank is still strange. I mean, I rambled about that the other day, where I still think that the weirdest thing to come out of the pandemic is that it's culturally acceptable to walk into a bank with a mask on now. Like, I remember when I was little, they used to ask you to take your hat off if you walked into a bank. Also, the last Discord word story. Oh boy, it's been a while. Hold on. Okay. Scrolling up. Scrolling. Yeah, I think that's about right. Eat more giant frogs. Procrastination kills more dwarfs. Help the healing fewer messes in taverns. Hair tufts fly everywhere when Furious George lasers shine, making focaccia. Is very horny, altered humans. Dango jackalope. I don't know what that means. Loading something, cramming, coding again. Nonetheless, broken watches remain in storage. Unexpected words. Please add more words to the add a word story in the Discord room so that when people like redeem that thingy, that I have to read them. Not Furious George. It's Curious George's older cousin. Who's very furious. Wait, use what as my sales pitch? What am I selling? Or am I selling wearing masks in a bank? Or am I selling Furious George? What, the DF content? That I'll have to, like, stop myself every 10 minutes and ask what the fuck were we talking about? Because I lose track? That's my sales pitch? I don't know if that's a good sales pitch. But it only happens sometimes. We didn't have a moment like this at all yesterday, because yesterday we just had lurky chat all day. But, you know, it's the Twitch meta to not play video games anymore, and if you're playing video games, you're losing. If you want to be growing on Twitch, you have to be in just chatting and watch YouTube videos and, like, just be a talk show personality and not play video games. Because people have a habit of tuning out of video game streams. It's true. Been a fact for a while. Do what now? You heard me. Video games aren't the meta on Twitch anymore. They haven't been for a while. Do you have reaction videos? My content doesn't work for reaction videos. Blind pool stream win? As in playing pool? Do you have any idea how bad I am at pool? Like, I've played pool, but do you have any idea how terrible I am at pool? I know you're talking about, like, hot tubs and whatnot. No. Don't sexually harass me. Sheesh. You know, it's kind of funny when people ask me to, like, do streams in public. The main thing that I go no about when it comes to, like, oh, stream your hikes and such is I go hiking with other people that don't want to be streamed. I go on trips and camping trips with other people that don't want to be streamed. And I guess people forget that, like, yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't want to be streamed when I'm conversing with my best friend Kevin, because he's not the most politically correct person in the world, and he might just say something that gets me temp banned on Twitch. Like, every single time we hang out, he says something that would probably get me temp banned on Twitch. Yeah, no, my content, I don't care if it fits the Twitch meta. You guys, it's up to you guys to keep me funded, and if you don't keep me funded, then at that point, then I'll figure out what the hell I'm gonna do. But we've stayed funded, so we're good. Fuck the meta. No, absolutely. Yeah, no, we well, not even necessarily jokes, but like we talk about, you know, things that I would be much more careful with my words if I'm talking on Twitch versus you know, just with a friend that you've known for a decade and a half. You react to the lives of the dwarves and the events that are happening. I mean, sure, but by that logic, everything is a reaction video. I am currently reacting to the flavor of my coffee. Still tastes like coffee. Yep, still tastes like coffee. It's good coffee, too. Brewed it myself. All right, well, we're going to wait for that pile to fill up just a little bit. What kind of coffee does it taste like? I could go get the roast for you if you want. I can't remember the name of it. I think it's Kicking Horse Aloha. So it's Kona beans, which would be roasted on Vancouver Island. The disemboweled sabers have returned from Virgin Stole. They traveled across a couple big-ass rivers to get there, too. They got in undetected, and they searched Virgin Stole, and they seem to have stolen a bunch of books. Good stuff. Hopefully some Beak Dogs, too. Peak content. I appreciate you appreciating my content and referring to it as peak. You know, generally when I take pictures of me on top of a mountain, I would assume that would be peak content. Right now I'm more like valley content, but, you know, it's whatever works for you. Right, I'll show you peak content. I apologize for making you like loudly slap your knee, but I guess they didn't get any Beak Dogs because they're just coming back with books, but that's okay. We're increasing the number of books, which is a good thing. Which is in fact a good thing. Right. Forgot about this. We have a artifact that got stolen a little while ago. It's happened quite a lot in this fortress, various artifacts getting jacked, but the fun thing about it is we've actually managed to put a couple of thieves in prison after the fact. Like, they steal the artifact and they leave with it, and then we put them in prison for it when they come back, which is quite satisfying. I think we're going to need to put another, like, dining hall slash feasting room in this tower over here, because I keep seeing thirsty and hungry dwarves sprinting back across this bridge. And I'm pretty sure having a couple food stockpiles over here wouldn't be a bad idea. So maybe we should have, like, 2 taverns, one on this side, one on that side. And also put like a maybe a dormitory over here, just in case people need to get to bed. And frankly, it's a little it's kind of far. Like this practically needs a gondola or something, because this is like, this bridge would be long enough that it would take you like yeah, see, there's a dwarf sleeping over here. It would take you multiple hours to get over here. So I'm thinking we're gonna chuck some beds down here. I mean, they won't like sleeping in the improper bedroom, but hey, you know, if you need a nap, that's your spot right there. Now the question is, do I just put the tavern in down here? Yeah. You know what? Let's give them a little. I know that noise pollution isn't actually a thing in Dwarf Fortress, but I like to pretend that it is. So let's do conglomerate. 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 I think I'm just going to use the boulders. That's fine. And do that, and then we'll put 2 doors in. Then the other side will be the tavern. The on sale beans. I mean, to be fair, most beans are pretty similar. Also, thanks for the follow, by the way, for the person who just followed. Don't get those super duper often. I do appreciate them. Especially to anybody who just came over from the YouTube channel. Asking people nicely to come over from YouTube is sort of like pulling teeth. Me building bedrooms directly under a tavern with a stairway going from the tavern to the bedroom. What noise pollution? Exactly! No, totally. Hello, social system. G'day. Well, today it's morning over here. Over here in old-fashioned Canada, it's 10:45 a.m. But we're just come non-nicely and aggressively. You know, I've never tried, like, aggressively asking YouTube to do something, but I feel like that might just get you insulted or yelled at. Although, actually, I don't know. I've maybe said some things in comments, but... 6:45 p.m. in Scotland? Gotcha! Well... I've been told that, like... For North America, people watch me from work, and then in Europe, I'm like the evening cup of tea stream, which is kind of funny because sometimes I get weirdly energetic. People are like, "Go, it's quiet down, Blind. You gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed or whatever. You're waking me up." When do we get a new social system? Says Diamond, who's Dutch, who's got better social systems than large parts of the planet.
Hello!
Also, hello, animal. How are you? Not enough beer in this one? There's plenty of beer here. You just gotta be in Canada, I guess. The next Soviet bullshitter is out staring me. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's do this. And that. Look at those little doors. So now the question is, do I make this an extension of the other tavern, or do I make a second tavern? Because I could actually just make this connected to the first one. How did golf go yesterday? It was alright. I understand why that game has mostly positive reviews. And that's the nicest way I can say it. I very much understand why it has mostly positive reviews. One tavern with 2 different locations. All right, we're officially franchising our tavern. which is the Berry of Rooms. So this is now the extension of our other tavern. It's going to take them forever to haul these iron tables over, but you know what? Time to do some strength training, boys. Also, Animal being that guy at the bar just pouring beers on people. You ever had somebody do that to you who really is really pissed at you and they just walk up to you and pour a beer on your shoulder? I had that happen once. It's one of the few fights I've been in at a bar. This was a while ago, though. I won, though. He was way drunker than I was. Also, good luck, Diamond. Your time has come. Also, if anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fortress or what we're trying to do or what I'm building, feel free to yell at me. It's gonna take them forever to bring those over. It wasn't very good beer. There is beer that's not very good, and this stuff was not very good. So I kind of want to go one layer further down here. Do like a food cellar. Oops. You had your father pour soup on your head when you were 7 because you hadn't eaten it in 3 hours? You must have really not liked that soup. Jeez. You just had a guy pour beer all over himself. I mean, he must have really liked that beer. Storier, the swords dwarf, has bestowed the name Othlelestinyam upon an iron shield. We're also hauling iron furniture all the way across that bridge. But that small dip is enough to make you want the GUI update. Okay, yeah. Do sometime before the heat death of the universe. You'll get it in the next couple months. And like when I say that Premium Dwarf Fortress will be out in the next couple of months, I do mean it. I'm not gonna say I know things other people don't, but I maybe know things other people don't. It's gonna be out this year. It's not the graphics, I think, for a lot of people. I think for a lot of people, they want mouse support. That's really what it is. Although the thing that I like to remind people is Dwarf Fortress already has mouse support. It's just terrible. This is me clicking things with a mouse. It does already work. It's just really bad. Like, current vanilla Dwarf Fortress has mouse support. It's just really bad. Yeah, but if you don't like the UI, it doesn't matter if you can click things or not, Tygo. You know, like, I've had this discussion and an argument with people, and I'm going to just kind of say it's not worth it. If someone has decided they don't want to put the time in to learn the UI, telling them that there are versions and ways to play the game that make it easier is not going to help. What they want is this. UX with normal people buttons, right? That's what they want. Brain struggles at 35? Give yourself some more credit. You're just insulting your own intelligence. Don't do that. If you don't have the time or you don't want to, that's fine. But saying that you're not smart enough is just insulting yourself. Don't be so demeaning to yourself. But, you know, in case anybody was wondering, I do play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse already, at all times. He never leaves my desk. So you can too. Just simply acquire plushie mouse and apply to desk. And then you too can play Dwarf Fortress with it. Yeah, I've basically given up at this point. Yeah, it's a rat, I know. The picture on Amazon looked different. A silken sword. Then watch me play. That's totally fine to me. News none. Although, to be fair, some optical mice are rats. I mean, see example A, Mad Cat's cyborg rat. I think was the name of that mouse. I think my little sister uses a Mad Cat's cyborg rat, which I learned when I was in Quebec, which is funny to me. You design full buildings for a living, so after work requires more. Yeah, no, I get that. That's generally what it comes down to. It's like, and I'm still kind of on the side of like, if someone says that, like, you know, they haven't taken the time to learn it or something, like, I still believe that we should like encourage people to try, because Dwarf Fortress is an extremely easy game. It has like an 8 to 10 hour learning curve of just like fiddling with the UI and reading the wiki. But after you get past that, it is exceptionally easy to the point where like, Mad Cats is a shell of what they used to be and are owned by a parent company now and aren't even Mad Rats anymore. It's like different company slapping a label on a thing, but okay. I think if you're propping up any major gaming brand like that, you're just a corporate shill, frankly. But you know. And the wireless mouse is a hamster? I'm down to start calling mice hamsters just to see how long it takes people to notice. God, these dwarves are getting thirsty. Come on, guys, you can make it. You didn't even know Mad Cats was still around? Nope, they're not. Because, okay, so they made the controllers for Rock Band 4, and they produced about 5 times as many as they ended up selling, and so they went out of business because they were trying to get rid of all of those, and that caused them to file for bankruptcy. They sold off all their product at like minimal amounts. They sold their patents and designs. They liquidated the entire thing, and then they sold the name. And then I think Logitech bought them and now runs them as a weird ghost company where they still operate and they still make some of the same products and they still make the crappy controllers, but they're like not even close to what they used to be as a company. But yeah, the zombified corpse is still around. That's a good way of putting it. I hate wireless mice. Wireless mice are awful. As long as you don't expect to open up a well, I mean, opening up a circus is easy. Winning against the forces of the underworld, that's a challenge. Opening it up is easy. It's winning that's tricky. Twitch's app crashed. That's your first fault for using the app. Why did I read that as fish sticks? They make good fish sticks. Husk of their old selves. No kidding. No, it's still their old stuff. No, that's fair, Frog. You're a huge fan of Logitech MX Master Mouse series. They charge via USB wireless and it allows you to maintain up to 3 separate Bluetooth connections with a single button swap connections. It also has a toggleable magnetic latch on the scroll wheel, which is dope. You know what I like? What mouse I use? Jokes aside, let's pause the game for a second. I use this thing. Basic bitch Logitech 402. And you know what? I've had this thing since like 2013. It's kind of great. It's before they were, they're not solid all around. Logitech has a lot of fucking problems. Oh, Edom Guildseeds wishes to reside in Threatdweller for the purpose of study. Absolutely. Welcome to the fortress, friend. No, they have incredibly weak points in their product lines. They also have a lot of product failures, and they've gotten considerably worse over the last 5 years. So no, they're not solid all around. They have some good products, but they're not solid all around. Their specialty stuff is generally decent. You use Razer, but you know that their product return tool from Mary. I actually had a Razer Death Adder that I got in 2008. It was the first gaming mouse that I got. I think actually the first gaming peripheral I was ever given was a Razer Death Adder, and I got it in 2008. And because before that, I used to play like Counter-Strike on a touchpad on a laptop, and that was a challenge. So I had that mouse until I bought this mouse, and I actually gave and that mouse, like the right mouse click was getting a little faulty, so I cleaned it up and gave it to a friend. I was raised in a house that had in a family that had almost no money, largely on food stamps, and all of the gaming gear and computer stuff that I had and bought was from Christmas money that I got from my grandma's. Like, I spent 8 years saving for my first computer. And I started when I was, like, 7. I was a little kid, and I had, like, this tiny, like, Macintosh that I got for free that had Tetris on it, and it was the coolest shit ever. One of my clothers has been taken by a Fey Mood. But because of that, like, I was always, like, a decade behind in games. On a touchpad? I feel like Papers, Please would be playable on a touchpad. Certainly easier than Counter-Strike, which I used to play on a touchpad. I used to kill fools with a sniper rifle in Counter-Strike on a touchpad. No fucking idea how I did that. Quickscoping on a touchpad was like maybe like one of my most talented achievements. You know, honestly, when the thing about gaming mice is they're generally pretty good. Like it's pretty rare to buy a gaming mouse that's just straight up bad unless it's got faulty parts. They're generally fine. The gaming mumbo jumbo marketing bullshit that you should avoid is gaming chairs. It's like mice, meh, they're just they're generally fine. It's gaming chairs that are the problem. It's way worse than mouse. Playing Papers, Please on a touch screen is fine, though. Yeah, that I can see. The Forgotten Beast, Ulfo, has come. An enormous alligator with external ribs. It has a pair of fan-like antennae and a gaunt appearance. Its rose scales are overlapping. Beware its poisonous bite. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is over on the left. Yeah, I don't have access to that cavern layer currently, so it can go do about its thing. Your chair increases your frames per second. Oh, really now? Does it also increase your back pain per second? No. Right, so we're gonna plop a food stockpile down here. And it's going to be for everything except for drinks and seeds. I'm gonna jump up here. And I'm going to place a drink stockpile right here. The IKEA gamer chair? IKEA has a gamer chair? Or do you mean the IKEA Marcus? Because that's not a gamer chair. That's just an office chair. I really want to make a dick joke out of that, Diamond, but I'm going to refrain. You need a gamer juice. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. There's a lot of marketing to the people that should theoretically be my market that I don't get. Like, I don't understand why a lot of things are marketed the way they are. All right, our cloth count is going up. Pigtail cloth is rising, which is good. Let's get them making more of that. We're running barrels and pots and things over. Oh, like a lazy boy? Looking sword? I used to watch a streamer who would play like city builders and shit in a legit lazy boy with like his feet up, and like he had one of those table trays that like your grandma used to have, or that you'd put on the sofa that had like the little legs that would sit on either side of the lazy boy, and he'd had like a mouse pad and his mouse on there, and he'd play games like stretched back in a lazy boy for a couple hours a day. Was the shit. We're gonna put some chests in here. Copper chests. How about 2 copper chests? Not a bad little extension for that tavern. And then up here we can build the library once we're done sealing the top off. But this will speed this process up quite a bit, I think. But now that we've got all that done, we gotta go harvest some more stuff. I think actually what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to go out here. I'm just gonna make big old gather spot. We're not gonna pick fruit. Well, actually, fuck it. Let's pick fruit from trees. And we'll make ladder, wood, 12. Those are pretty close together. I probably could just put stairs up to those trees, but I mean, how long have you actively been sitting on that chair, and how old are you? Because you'll deal with back pain. Just because you haven't dealt with it yet doesn't mean you're safe. It's the number of times I see people say, oh, I haven't dealt with back pain yet. Purple is in like the brand for cushion. Yeah, what did you grab for this? Marble. Beak dog leather, brillet cut pink tourmalines, beak dog bone, leatherwood logs, and 2 pieces of case spider silk cloth. Let's go smack those goblins up here again. Look, all the trees are blooming. Devil cyst. Gross. All right, well, let's go sand, because they only have 20 things there. We're going to attempt to destroy Devil Cyst. Good luck, dwarves. When you're 25? Oh, that's why you don't have back pain yet. Although, my first real bad spat/battle with back pain was at 19, so... Planks and Supermans and push-ups for the win. Yeah, I do planks, Supermans, and push-ups well, not push-ups daily, but planks and Supermans, yes. That's part of my morning wake-up thing. I do knee exercises and planking for my back, but no, I started having back pain when I was 19 because of a few bad years. It actually fucks up your back up in a way is the car seat if you don't position it perfectly. You know what fucked my back up? The bus seats that we have here. They're, it's impossible to sit in them in a way that is comfy. And when I was in physio, my physiotherapist took one look at me and said, "You take public transit often?" I'm like, "Yeah, I took public transit here." And he goes, "Okay, you need to stand on the bus now." This literally was what his advice was. He's like, you need to stand on the bus. But combine that with then being homeless for a couple months and sleeping on a lot of floors, benches, and air mattresses. Yeah, my back's never been the same since. Sit like a banana in front of a screen. That'll come back to bite you. There's no such thing as a genetic lottery when it comes to back pain. Like, how is that safe? You ever been on a bus before? And I do sit on the buses. I'm just not allowed to sit in the seats in the front. I have to sit in the seats at the back. Well, it depends on the type of bus, but there's one particular type of bus where I can't sit on the seats. Okay, allow me to reiterate that question. Have you ever been in a bus that's been in a car accident? Detan, the clother, has created Listrath Zosbel Zunek, a frilly cave spider silk left glove, and she claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kubak Old Labors. Kubak Old Labors. It's worth almost nothing. 34,620. Holy shit, that's a long name. Notched Temples, the Ravager of Sourness. Okay. Let me just say, the last time, and I've been in 2 different bus incidents, situations where one where car hit bus, the other where bus hit car. Didn't even notice either of them. It was like, thunk. What happened? Bus driver gets up. We just got hit by a car. Gets off the bus. Everybody get off the bus. Yeah, I was standing. Didn't even notice. The frilly cave spider silk left gloves. All Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned marble cabochons and decorated with cave spider silk and beak dog bone. It is encircled with bands of cave spider silk and round marble cabochons. It is made from spider silk and silk cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of featherwood and menaces with spikes of pink tourmaline and beak dog leather. On the item is an image of dwarves and goblins in marble. The dwarves are fighting with the goblins. The artwork relates to the attack on the Doom of Ticks of the occult seduction at Doomnames by the Plank of Nations in the early winter of 224 during Ikaksokun, the Squeezing Siege. Yeah, it's not like if you're in a bus that gets hit by a car or you hit somebody in a car in a bus, the bus wins to the point where bus generally doesn't notice. Would you attack such a place? We did. They're gone. We destroyed it. We didn't attack it. We destroyed it. You're not in a big city? Doesn't matter if you're in a big city. If you're in a bus, standing in a bus is safe. Buses are designed to be safe to stand in. Otherwise, you wouldn't be allowed to stand in them. Does not matter how big the city is. Also, just for reference, the one time I was in a bus that got hit wasn't in Vancouver. It was technically in Mission, which has a population of 20,000. Oh, it's not a big city. You're talking about speed? Buses don't move fast in big city. Maybe on a highway. Not a single bus route I take goes on a highway. Your buses do 65 miles per hour? How much is that in kilometers? $104? Yeah, on a highway, but our highway speed limit is 85 for buses. So you need to fix your road laws, I think. Because, all right, but even then, like the buses here that go on the highway are like tour buses where you sit in pairs of 2 and you're not allowed to stand. But the buses that I ride on don't go on the highway. The fastest buses go around here is like maybe 60 kilometers an hour. Like, they're pretty fucking slow. But that's kind of the point. But anyway, you asked me if standing on a bus is safe. Yes, it's safe. Otherwise, you wouldn't be allowed to do it. Yeah, but there's buses. There's two types. The buses that go long distances on highways, like, as an example, like the bus from downtown Surrey to Langley, which is like an hour-long bus ride direct that stays on the highway the entire time. It's literally like, it's like a tour bus layout where it's 2x2, and you don't stand, and they fill until all the seats are filled, and then that's it. But like the other buses where you can stand, they don't stay on the highway for very long. If like you're on a route, like there's a route that goes from downtown Vancouver to North Van that spends maybe a minute on the highway because it has to go over the bridge, but that's it. You have traffic laws in Ukraine? I didn't know that. I thought people just went approximately what they thought the speed was, and that was it. Based on the way my neighbor talks, it doesn't sound like you guys have traffic laws, by the way. I'm assuming you do, but certainly doesn't sound like it. Seatbelts on buses? Outside of tour buses, no. Tour buses have seatbelts. Like the really big ones. But public transit buses don't have seatbelts, no. With the Sky Bridge? Yeah, it's a bridge that goes from the main fortress to a secondary fortress out here, and I'm building a tower. The main fortress is back here. This is the secondary fortress that I'm building. I'm going to put a library in this tower. I'm sure I was teasing. Tycho. The question is, do people listen? Doesn't matter if it's in sync with the European laws if nobody pays attention. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, here we have Handy Dart. And Handy Dart is for the elderly and senior citizens, and those all have seatbelts, but I don't consider those to be public transit. That's private transit. I mean, it's government run, but it's private transit because not anybody can get on it. The second it's limited, it's no longer public transit, so it's not really relevant. But I'll ask you this. How often do you hear about people dying in accidents with buses? How often do you read stories about people dying in accidents on buses? Then read about how often you hear about people dying in accidents in cars. I feel significantly safer standing on a bus going 100 kilometers an hour than I do sitting in a car on the same highway. Anywhere. Period. Doesn't matter where you are. Anywhere. So, you can ask if that's dangerous, but I would rather be in a bus. Doesn't matter. Like, that's not the question. The question is, how often do you see, how often do people die in cars versus how often do people die in buses? It's not a matter of trained driver versus untrained drivers. You stated, or chat stated at me, can't remember who originally said it, isn't that dangerous standing on a bus? That was the discussion that started this entire conversation. I'm just simply stating, it's more dangerous to be in a car. You're more likely to die in a car. That's not the discussion. Once again, Tygo. The question is, where are you more likely to die? In a car or in the bus? A plane has a seatbelt, but a plane is a flat piece of land that you can walk on Why would you need a seatbelt on a flat piece of land? Like, the wide open plains don't need seatbelts. That's where you grow wheat. It's not where, like, you strap in or something. A plane, which is spelled differently, flies you through the air. Yeah, that has a seatbelt. You wrote plane. I'm not being an ass. I'm reading what you said. And that's not the question. You keep dodging the question. The question is, where are you more likely to die? In a bus or in a car? Just go look up the statistics and come back to me with your answer. Sup, Arrow, though? How are you doing? Anyway, I already know the statistics. You're far more likely to die in a car. All right, that's almost that level. I came up with the question and you have yet to answer it. You keep answering the question by asking more questions, which is not how you answer a question. I asked you a question. Where are you more likely to die? In a car or in a bus? And then you keep mentioning these other things, which aren't even remotely related to my question. It is ridiculous, but nobody's answered it yet. There you go, Tygo. Over the last 10 years. Vehicle death rate per 100 million passenger miles was over 10 times higher for buses and 17 times higher for passenger trains. Wait, what? Okay, sorry, I read that backwards the first time. There you go. See? Tygo answered my question. Doesn't matter what you said. You're going to fly every day now. I mean, you're least likely to die in a plane. It is true. Like, of all of the forms of public transport, you are least likely to die in a plane. Unless you're Russian flying over Ukraine. In which case, then you might not want to do that. Anyway, to answer your question, it's like the same general risks that you take to, you know, travel from place to place. So. Well, then you need to fight your city planners and the people that design your sidewalks. You know, we've been doing that here for the last 10 years, and you know what we're getting? Better sidewalks. Weird, right? We attacked Devil Cyst in the year 229. We set out in spring, and they've just returned with their full mission report. Devil Cyst. The Plank of Nations attacked the Torment of Destiny at the curse of entering at Devil Cyst. The Dwarf, Titan Slayer, led the attack. The Rock, I love this dwarf's full name. Rith, Titan Slayer, Hamax, the Rock Bands of Famine led the attack. And the defenders were led by the goblin Statos Malice. Malice Names. I wanted to say Malice Ames, but I knew it was wrong. Malice Names. In the late spring of 229, the Dwarf Titan Slayer outmatched the goblin Stasos with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. That sucks. You know what you should do? Do your best to move. That would be my advice. Well, so far, yellow and blue text is good. White text is very good. Damn right. I mean, killed a Titan by themselves, so. The Goblin Stotsu, cracked lies. Wow. Head was smashed by the Dwarf Stokad. The Torrid Moistness. Imagine having your full title being Stokad Severlashes the Torrid Moistness. I've never been to Ottawa, so I can't speak to it at all, but hopefully. Train good, car bad. Any questions? Bus good too. The Goblin Burr's nose was smashed by the Dwarf Mana. Damn, there's a lot more than 20 here. We're also killing elves, which means they've got a lot of elves up here in this faction. I haven't lost any dwarves yet, though. I'm just looking for interesting... Oh, there we go. That's the end of it. The forces of the Ancient Beard searched Devilcyst because they fled. And then looks like we stole a bunch of books. Oh, that's cool. You want a train, you have rails. You have the rails, but not the trains. It's not just the rails, though. You need the trains to be in areas where people can access them. The main problem, like, when everything is just car-centric... Oh, man, I forgot to turn off loot other stuff. Well, at least we got a silver spear. Troll fur bag. Turkey leather quiver. Some troll yarn. Zinc bars. Silver mace. That's actually pretty good. Copper helm. Copper shield. All right. I mean, at least you didn't misread it as railgun. Stone. Most of Canada and the U.S. are empty. Well, most Canadians live within, what? It's like 200 kilometers of the border. The vast majority of Canadians live within 200 kilometers of the border. Well, I mean, have you ever tried going further north in Canada? It's fucking cold. So, like, why wouldn't you live anywhere else? The people who live up there are special. There's a reason not a lot of people live in Alaska. Super cool. You hope that you don't have to sit in a small, shitty train that's going 60 kilometers an hour. It takes 2 hours because it stops at every little village. Hopefully there's an express route, but depends on how far you're going. No, it's the fact that most people who are writing laws in America already drive massive pickup trucks and are complaining about parking as is. That's the problem. It doesn't matter who's buying them off. Like, they're going to get bought off by the people with the most money, and car companies have the most money. But the problem is the vast majority of people that are elected officials in the States are already car-dependent people that don't consider that to be a problem. Ill people? Why does that sound like a slur to me? Nish has bestowed the name Kedathan Logim upon an adamantine short sword. Damn right. Name that sword. All right, well, it's time to go smack him again. We've taken out this one, Devilcyst. They are now officially at war with us, which means they're going to hit us soon. So we got to smack them one more time before they hit us. Let's go for... Let's just go smack Virgin Stole and try and crush it. We're going to try and raise it. I'm not going to loot other items, though. Go get them, dwarves. I've actually seen that video before, Tyga. Hey, Troopin. Just responding to a YouTube comment. Hobbity bobbity. Your boss took the department for lunch. Are you still alive? Nobody has died in Dwarf Fortress. Are you asking if you're still alive after the boss's lunch or the dwarves? Because, yeah, nobody's died. So I would say yes, you are in fact still alive. You're just getting back from it? Gotcha. Well, the game's saving currently, so. Since you were gone for a couple of hours? I've only been live for 2.5, so it can't have been that long, but hope you had a good lunch. You know, sometimes my boss takes me out for lunch. It's pretty great. I sit alone in a restaurant and eat lunch. So that's the one sad thing about being your own boss is your boss will never take you out for lunch. You know? it's the one, like, true sad thing about being your own boss. All right. Hey, KitFox Games finally updated their Steam page. I was hours ahead of them. Hours ahead. You left 2 hours ago? Oh, really? Okay. So, and it has actually been hours. But yes, you are in fact still alive. We haven't been sieged yet, though. Although I have sent your squads out twice to go fight bads, but we've built a new tavern over here, and because we're in early summer, the why is there? Oh, right. I forgot about that. So this dwarf here, this unfortunate soul, Bambul, kind of, shall we just say, got frozen to death. So we should just dispose of that body real quick, shall we? It's fine. Somebody run over there and grab him. Before this all fills up with water. I totally forgot about that. Not updated Steam page for DF, but updated the community updates. Because there was a community update this morning. Right here, this thing. They posted this. This was posted this morning, which includes Troll Blood.
Hello, my name is Zach, and...
Yep, and somehow I accidentally had Zach playing in the background. I'm not sure how I did that.
All right. Hello, my name is...
I guess videos autoplay on Steam. Who knew? Anyway, yeah, so suddenly I had Zach in my ears. But yeah, it was just that. Hey, would you look at that? A vile force of darkness has arrived, and this time it looks real. I have my dwarves all left. Let's see. Can I cancel this mission? Remove mission. Yes, I can. Hopefully they haven't all left. I don't think any of them left. Yeah, I canceled all of them leaving. Some of them are actually traveling. Shit. I do hope they all just come back. That's sketchy. All right, well, Dwarf Fortress is coming to Steam, yes. It's not on Steam yet, but it is getting a Steam release, which is why people actually watch my content. But it's also going to be on itch.io, not just Steam. All right, so a bunch of my dwarves left the map anyway. It's not coming to GOG. But if you want it DRM free, you theoretically could buy it on Steam or on itch, because it'll be DRM free on both. Didn't see that coming? How do you watch me and not know that? I'm genuinely shocked. It's like such a common topic of discussion on this channel. All right. Wow, that's a big siege. Okay, who are you guys coming from? Look at this helm. Oh, it's the occult seduction, so it's the old guys, the guys that always would attack us. Fortunately, the goblins are smart and riding the Beak Dogs this time. I'm very worried I'm going to lose a chunk of my dwarves. Do it now. I need this lever pulled. Please don't immediately kill this dwarf. Ah! Holy shit, dude. You cleared that in the nick of time. All right, well, the frame rate is going down because there's, what, 300 extra units on the map right now? 400, actually. They keep spawning. Yeah, they're going to have Steam achievements. I don't know what the details are going to be, though. But that is an announced feature. All right, more trolls are spawning. More trolls are spawning. Up to 500. Yeah, I'm not going to speculate. I have no idea what they're going to be. Although, not to be a jackass or anything, but... Is it actually listed? Oh, no, never mind. Okay. It's not listed on the Steam page. I thought that it was listed as a feature. It's probably in the description somewhere, but... It's quite the blob. So I'm worried because I sent like half my squads out, and so they're all technically off map right now. Like, half of this squad is, the leader of this squad is, so they're probably gonna come back. That is in fact a lot of Beak Dogs. Also, to anybody who complains about frame rate in Dwarf Fortress, this map is 3 times the size of the default, and there's currently 566 entities on the map. Granted, not all of them are goblins. I mean, some of them are guests, and there's a few unicorns on the map, actually. Interesting. We got wild unicorns on this map. It's the first time I've seen that. But on this map in particular. But plus I have 155 dwarves on the map. Like, Dwarf Fortress runs remarkably well, all things considered. Okay, so my outer gates are shut. This raid's gonna be hella dead. Gonna pull that lever. Yeah, which don't have brains. They don't think. Which isn't actually totally true. They sort of think. Holy shit, there's still trolls spawning. That is a lot of fucking trolls. That is a lot of fucking trolls. There's still trolls spawning. Well, so for those of you who don't know, Beak Dogs are, as their description, is a creature from the evil swamp. It resembles a squat wingless bird with powerful beak and legs and blotchy skin, and it's brightly colored. He is weak, and his skin is striped orange, yellow, green, and blue. It's indigo and violet, and his eyes are black. Is it safe to say that they're mad at the dwarves? I mean, okay, so I'm just gonna look at this for a second. This is one of their places that we destroyed. This is one of their places that we destroyed. This is one of their places that we destroyed. We've attacked a bunch of other ones and looted a bunch of other ones, all because they destroyed this. The Fortress of Most Urn, which was our mountain home. So they destroyed our mountain home, and we hit back. Mildly frustrated, yes. There's so many, holy shit. They destroyed our mountain home, yeah. If they didn't destroy our mountain home, we wouldn't be at war with them right now. I mean, maybe not yet. Probably eventually. Which of their sites is the Dark Fortress? This one, I think. But there is a demon there. There's a brute, which killed a bunch of my dwarves the one time I attacked it. Just hope that my dwarves come back a little bit later. If they come back now, that'll be the capital. The thing is, they have a couple dark fortresses, so it's kind of hard to spot which one is the capital. But that was the one that was invading my mountain home, so I'm assuming that is it. It's also their highest population. So it's their highest population, and it's the one that was invading my mountain home. Fortunately, because they're all mounted on these Beak Dogs, or most of them are mounted anyway, they'll be able to just walk into the entry tunnel, which is good. The last one took forever because none of them were mounted, so they just had to, like, cram in there with the Beak Dogs, and it took forever. But because they're all mounted, it won't take so long. And we just need most of the goblins to be in there. And as many of the trolls as they can cram. There's these ones hanging. Oh, these ones are just dancers. These ones are like people who want to come visit the fortress. They're just like hanging out at the back. I wonder if they're associated with these goblins at all. Although it's kind of funny that they're not just walking in because they could. I need to read that last thing that Tygo wrote as well. Imagine what's happening to the points that go in such a start touching and they are going almost immediately stopped. And now imagine what happens those points when you are crashing your head into the same car. Your points in those stop immediately. Yeah, it's all situation. Oh, yep. This checks out. All right, so I'm going to need to bring a squad right here to kill these trolls that are going to be sprinting ahead. Because trolls have a habit, yes, very much Newton's law. Because trolls have a habit of sprinting ahead of the rest of the army. Because the trolls like to walk fast. They're all power walking. Oh, hey, siege indeed. Yeah, siege of 650 or so. The problem is half my military isn't at home right now. But yeah, plan for today is we're going to be playing this and then Zero Sievert later. Which I've been told has gotten an update since I last played it, so I'd like to play some more of that. This troll dropped something. Or is that something that we dropped? Dog leather quiver. Huh. Oh, shit. Okay, so I do in fact have dwarves that are re-entering the map. Okay. Well, hopefully... Oh no, they're gonna collide into the side. This is gonna be a fucking mess. This is going to be an absolute fucking mess. Or just don't drive. That's my solution. Less people driving, the better for everybody. Well, let the bodies hit the floor, I suppose. I'm really hoping that the big map saves us here. Because I've got this army walking straight towards my trap, but I've also got my own soldiers re-entering the side of the map. Yeah, huh? And your first sign was what? diamond, and it's big. This just once again proves that I don't remember what I said 5 minutes ago. What are you asking me to sing, Nudist Nun? Because I genuinely have no idea. All right, well, I guess we just see. Hey, Ayer's back on the map. Oh. $5 in bits or tips, and that'll triple my day's revenue, and then I will sing Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. Or no, I'll do a dramatic reading of the lyrics of Let the Bodies Hit the Floor while we burn all these goblins. Rather than sing it, because I don't want my neighbors to think I'm totally nuts. But, you know, it's a classic song. You know, it's up there with Dreamscape for being YouTube's national anthems. There goes that squad, taking out the trolls as they enter the side. You've heard once about bus drivers somewhere in the US calling cyclists crunchies. That's not fun. So this is bad. I'm going to send them here, and I'm going to send these... Fuck. No, I can't actually do this. Trying to decide how I can do this without just killing all of my dwarves. Because I don't want to lose my squads. Let's make a new squad. Make you the captain of that. Put you in that. Put you in that. Put you in that. Put you in that. And I'm going to send them somewhere far away to something empty and tell them to raid it. Let's hope that that turns them around. Seems to be. Holy fuck, that's good for the frame rate. Not. Okay, so you're trying to store an item in bin. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, let's just see what happens. Why are they still doing this? All right, let's just cancel this. All right, fuck it. Fuck it. This is going to end so much. it begins, and there's literally nothing I can do about it. And I'm thinking, for those about to rock, we do something, that's for sure. I'm just hoping they split up enough that we're capable of winning. But I think they're just going to get tired out and they're all going to die. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. You know how Air was asking if they're dead? Well, undetermined. I do not know. You might be dead, Air. Shouldn't have sent out that last siege. There's bits and pieces of stuff going everywhere, good lord. The second they start getting tired and they start dying, it all just ends. Although, we're going to move up here real quick. Pull this lever. Actually, no, we're not going to do that, because that will kill half my squads. Don't pull that lever. But I want these guys, the pairs of armor. No, F, you guys. Well, you guys are already in combat, so it doesn't matter. D, pairs of armor. I don't want you guys to station. I do, however, want you guys to stop fighting, so I want you guys to back up. So that I can pull that lever back there. Has anybody died yet? 1, 2, 3, 4 dwarves have died. Mostly outside from the looks of things. All this because I was greedy and sent out dwarves for one more siege. Disemboweled sabers, I'm going to unstation. Actually, yeah, we're just going to try and retreat as much as I can, because it's more worth saving the dwarves that I have than losing dwarves that I don't need. So the delightful treaties as well. I'm going to not send them in, because these dwarves are too valuable. Because like Long Death, we're limited on the amount of migrants we can get. So I'm just going to let those ones die and let them come in. I'm not going to open anything up. The casualties will be lower this way, unfortunately. Sorry, dwarves. Fight hard. That being said, the invisible walls can absolutely stay active. And any dwarves I see fighting out here can join the invisible walls, but I don't see any. Oh, there's some. You, right there, can join the invisible walls. You can also join the invisible walls. You can join the invisible walls and do as much damage as you possibly can. You're already in there, so you're good. That will let them all be active soldiers. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 1, 2, 3, 4 confirmed deaths we've had so far? 5, actually. Look at all that blood. Some troll got very excited and went for a long run. He's still bleeding. How much blood do you think that guy's lost? What happened to you? Snang? Her right hand is gone. Oh. Her right hand is gushing troll blood. So her hand got ripped off and she's just bleeding all the way down there. Man, they haven't even done that much damage. How pathetic. This is one of my legendary dwarves. Rag, the Fisher Dwarf, was found dead. Who's here at the back? It's probably A or somewhere. Dwarf is now the captain of this squad. You suspect that she didn't steal that blood. I'm pretty sure that she's made that blood herself. These dwarves are just retreating. That's gonna be a fun mess to clean up. Let's be honest. So how many have I lost? Like 8 or 9 or so? I kind of just wish these dwarves didn't come back. Would have been so much better for us, but there's still more. Oh my god, how many of you are there, guys? This is a mechanic I really hope gets changed at some point. When dwarves come back from sieges and they just come back in single file, they're dead, and they can't become military dwarves until the entire squad's on the map. It's just fucking frustrating. Like, it's not a fun mechanic. It's just bad. Like, it's the worst thing the Dwarf Fortress does, because, like, they come in single file and they cannot, you know, join the military until they're all the way back in, and it's so fucking frustrating. Yeah, it's a rough day, but we'll get through it. We will survive it. We will, in fact, survive it. It's a shame that we're losing dwarves, but Threatdweller will prevail. We are still the mountain home, after all. I mean, admittedly, this is also a siege of, what, like 600? Like, this is kind of a crazy siege. And then turn that squad off. Okay. Moonshining blood, are we? It's like that movie where the vampires enslave humans and use them as blood bags. Whatever that movie was called. It wasn't very good. It just had a neat lore concept. There's Ayer. Moving you to a squad where you're useful. Well, Ayer, if you're here, you get to watch your final moments. Your squad is active. I'm not sure why you're refusing to become a military dwarf. I'm assuming it's because you're considered a new arrival right now. I really, really, really hope that this gets changed at some point. I don't think it's game-breaking or anything, but it does kind of suck. That, like, you know, your most talented military dwarves can leave and fight, like, hundreds of trolls and goblins and then come back and then just, like, die because they don't, you know, become active squads quick enough. It just kind of sucks. Another dwarf was found dead. There we go. They finally joined them, became active. So Ayer's now fighting. Fighting properly. Damn, holding off an entire army like by himself. Arath, the Swordmaster, was found dead. Just means we're gonna have to replenish more. Which also means, like, there's more reason to invite, like, bards and stuff into the fortress. Can't even see what's happening in there. Ayer's in there somewhere. Literally surrounded by a bajillion. I want to see before you die, because you just fell down. So you're about to die. You have 17 kills and 6 notable kills. Apparently you killed Sidiah Fordmid the Elf. was your most recent notable kill. You are terrified after experiencing trauma. But yeah, you're downed. There you go. Well, frame rate's speeding up, meaning I'm assuming most of them are dead. There's some trolls working their way into the fort. I'm just gonna go remove those real quick. Looks like they're all moving to walk into the fortress again. Just means it's time to rack up those kills against trolls. My pants are likely not clean. Yeah, I would not be shocked if you soiled yourself. Well, you know, I did promise violence. I did, in fact, do that with today. Animals fighting. Animal, however, is still inside of the fortress. Fighting his way through several trolls by the trading depot. With the help of Stakud. That is going to be a hell of a mess to clean up. I think I'm just going to let the lava run out there and burn up as much of that as I can. We have a lot of trolls to kill before we can actually... I do really like the way I've set this trap up, though. It's a very effective trap, but in order for it to work, we have to fight off a good number of trolls every time, so it still makes the fights feel earned, you know what I mean? Because it's way too easy in Dwarf Fortress to just make a trap that's like, oh yeah, it's impenetrable. You know? Like, no one will ever defeat you if you have this trap. Are you completely unarmed? Why are you unarmed? Oh, man. Some of these dwarves are not armed. Well, that's fun. Go get your goddamn equipment, you dummy. That's another thing when they come back onto the map after fighting. They unequip all of their gear, which is like, what? Guys, come on. Anyway, Vakar up here, who's got Snang on top of him. Is that the one that... no, it's not the one that got it. It's not the thief that got their stuff cut off. The rest of the dwarves come flying out. I mean, he's got teeth and fists, but it's not great if you get shot. You know? That only will get you so far. This would have been such an easy siege had my squad not come in on the side. Such a shame. Look at that fucking bloodbath, though. Good lord. Going to start engraving bodies. Meanwhile, these dwarves are holding the line real well. It's just trolls, though, so I wouldn't expect anything less. You know, like Harum's made it through, Hydra Slayer and Titan Slayer both made it through. I have to restructure our squads, that's for sure. Yeah, what I thought about doing was just opening that gate up. Oh man, really? Wow, we lost a Swords Dwarf over here. He must have fallen asleep. Was only a Swords Dwarf, though, not a Swords Master. Tisk tisk. Now the question is, how many of them have died? 496? I think we really just need the glut of them to be in there. So I'm just going to wait for the majority of the goblins that are right here in this scene right here, and then we're going to pull the levers, I think. Because that seems to be enough, I would say. That seems to be enough to me. Because we only need to kill the majority of them. And if that doesn't kill the majority of them, then I will send my squads out and we'll fucking fight them. Let's pull that lever. And pull that lever. They seem to be fucking off. Where the hell are they going? I wonder if they're just leaving the map, actually. Yeah, they're leaving the map. Okay, quick. Try and block them off. Get as many of them as you can. Do it now. Pull that lever. Trap them. They're trying to leave. We have to fight as many of them as we can. They've cost us too much. But yeah, they are attempting to leave now. I need dwarves to pull the levers. Doesn't matter. I've issued the orders to pull the levers. They need to go up there and pull it. I mean, here comes one of the dwarves to pull the lever. No. Looks like most of the goblins are going to get away with it. Looks like B-Lug's going to go pull the important lever up top side. Go pull it! And then we'll use the lava to clean up a large portion of those bodies before we go outside. Doesn't matter if we burn our own, we'll memorialize them either way. Yep. So many of them are escaping. And I'm losing more dwarves over here against these trolls because there's just so many of them. Alright, well, that's pulled. So let's station them, station them, station them, station them, station them. Saw them create a masterwork earlier? Yeah, don't you question our elfie mayor. Maybe an elf, but he's damn good at his job. Alright, the siege is officially over. We're rushing in to save the rest of our dwarves. Removing all of the burrows so that we can go in and save the dwarves who are stuck. So I don't need and / can't afford losing any more dwarves. We lost Vakar. He was a great sword master. Which is a shame. Well, that was huge fucking losses. Absolutely huge losses. Well, these trolls can pay for it. How many left? When we started, all of those numbers said 10. So lost like 20 something. I mean, we're down to 150. We were at 173. The problem is our faction's dead. So we don't get migrants. So they're all very valuable. 30? Was it 30? Was I at 80? I don't think I was at 80. No, that's because the last one was made halfway through the fight, Diamond. The last one was made halfway through the fight to stop my dwarves from running into the fight. I can disband that one because they don't count. So yeah, individual dwarves in this fortress are very valuable. I'm just going to let them haul as much of this crap as possible. I'm not going to worry about dumping it until it's all down there. I think we'll dump the bodies first. But yeah, that was a rough fight. Because I sent out a squad to go siege and attack the goblins, and while that was happening, the goblins attacked me, and it's not a bug, it's the way the game currently works. When a squad comes back from a siege, they can't go back into being a functioning squad until the entire squad has returned, and they come back single file. So the issue is you'll have one spawn, then two more 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 spawn. And the issue with this is very quickly you'll end up with... Is there, like, something for trying to fight my dwarves somewhere? Kind of looks like it. And so because they come back in one at a time, if you're under siege and you've just sent dwarves out to go fight with a thing, it's virtually impossible for you to save your dwarves. Like, they're all just going to die. They will not listen to orders. And that sucks. That's something that I really hope gets improved. I just want them all to come back at the same time in, like, a line. Like, the same way the enemies spawn. Ideally, I want them all to come back, ready to fight too, because then, like, you'd have a chance to actually save them. But because of the way the game currently works and the way the game's always worked, yeah, once they come back like that, they're just done, which kind of blows. To put it nicely, it just kind of sucks, and there's really nothing you can do about it. All right, let's dump this out the front here so I don't need to worry about cleaning these bodies up. That'll still spread far enough, it's fine. But hi, Letharticus. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we'll dump the lava out the front door, and they can have a Vikings burial. Hopefully it'll flow the right way. It should. I was thinking about putting bridges along the side of this, on the right side of that hallway, and then fortifying the edge so I could just dump the lava out the side. Might do that after this siege. What the fuck are they doing? Where are they trying to path to? Okay, is there an invader somewhere? Oh, I see the problem. There's a fucking troll in my fort. Go kill the troll. They're just having a staring contest with the troll. Oh. That explains a lot. Great. How many levels does this fortress have? I don't know. I haven't counted. How many levels are in this map? Maybe hundreds. Oh, hey, they all just got him. Kill him. Get him, boys. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. Size 63. It's kind of not an easy question to answer. But it also depends on what do you count as levels. Those are just levels that I have access to and could build on. How many levels have I actually built on? I don't know. Does it matter? Dump all this crap. And bring more down. We were just wondering. It's kind of like asking somebody who's been building a castle in Minecraft, how many layers are in your Minecraft castle? And it's like, they're either the kind of person that they've counted all of them and they know, or they're like me and they're like, eyeballing it. It's like, I don't know. I just built it. Now it's tall. How many layers do you have? Big. It's actually kind of small for a world because this world has very high erosion. So there's less layers than there would be normally. This world's actually pretty shallow when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. Put wheelbarrows on that. They all stop. Things we gotta do first. How many layers are there? Quite literally all of them, yeah. Because technically there's 157 layers on this map. It goes 21 up. More than 3. More than 3. That is in fact accurate. So we're just burning up all of these bodies out here, just so that we don't need to clean them up. The super valuable armor and such won't be melted. Kind of a shame that we gotta do that, but we gotta do it. Mostly just because I don't want my dwarves to have to clean that up. At least 2, yeah. It's like Kiri was posting on Twitter about Gamescom last night, and she was saying that she was looking at all the exhibitors and she couldn't count all of them, and I said, well, there's got to be at least 2. Maybe 3. Let's not be crazy. Just having fun. Yeah, just goofing off. That's all we're doing. My queen has imposed a ban and also wants me to make maces. All right. Iron mace. Because I'm out of silver. Let's pull this lever. So we stop dumping the lava. So I don't really want to burn down all the forests a second time. I already kind of did that once. Don't really need to do that again. Also gonna pull the back drain. Start dumping it out here. That unicorn's gonna die real fast, or burn up real fast. It's already dead. Once again, we can all just confirm that unicorns are not real. Floodgates are closed, so there's no more lava coming down here anymore. That seems to be doing a pretty efficient job of cleaning up the aftermath of that battle. I mean, there will be a couple bodies left, but the majority of them are just going to burn. That's actually pretty good. It's not bad. And then the rest of the lava pours out the back. There goes the unicorn corpse. Yeah, that is quite efficient. I actually really like that method of cleaning up after a fight. Just have a handy-dandy convenient pile of lava to just dump on it. Unicorns aren't real, unless you're in, like, Scotland, I'm told. Lake Bear, thank you very much for single-handedly tripling today's revenue. Cheers, dude. Much appreciated. Thanks for gifting 2 subs. Hope you've been well. Really need just a pile for corpses. But we'll do that later. What you been up to, man? If you put an exclamation point, it doesn't work. The whole point is that it's not a command. Just write the word beer. Yeah. There you go. Better hours and pay? Fuck yeah, dude. Was this a long time coming thing, or did you just kind of, like, happen into it recently? That too, Frana, yeah. Need more coffee. I'm sleepy today. I overslept last night. Now I'm just all bzzz. Having enough of the company you've been working for and speaking to your partner about it, and you finally just went for it? Yeah. It's funny how that, it's always a terrifying thing to do at the time, but almost always is worth it at the end. Okay. Clearly I overfilled my coffee today, and I can't open this thermos. There you go. Okay. But seriously, thanks for gifting out 2 subs. Their masterwork has been lost. Such a shame. All right, let's see. Can I get all of these corpses dumped? Or actually, you know what? Let's go to orders. Use. Dwarves dump corpses. So corpses should automatically receive the dump. Job or whatever. Pretty quickly. Or rather, next time there's a fight, they should automatically receive the dump order. All right, all of that is done. Meaning I can probably just close this lever. Oh, I'm burning all the forests again. Well, I mean, I didn't really want to do that, but... I mean, I've done worse things. It's gonna jump the creek, too. Yeah, there it goes. Well, I mean, it's not gonna burn all of the map a second time, because all of the map's already been burned. So, like, a lot of it can't burn, so... I mean, that's fine, right? Right? But hell yeah. As far as working less goes. Working less, I think, is like the best decision anybody can make right now. And then you can sit back, relax, and laugh at all the people complaining about the job shortage and just go, well, you know, I mean... or the worker shortage, rather. Like, it's not a worker shortage problem, it's a pay and benefits problem. You can't afford to live off of the amount you're working. What's the point of working so much? I will say, I have one of those smallest carbon footprints you could possibly have. What? 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 What time of year is it? Hold on. I'm not sure what just happened, but one of my sword masters literally just turned around and killed my king. Are we having some sort of a coup? What's going on here? Regicide much? I think. What squad is this? It's the Free Seals. Um... um... Hmm. The king is dead. Long live the king. I mean, it was a king consort, so he wasn't like in charge of the place. The person in charge was the queen. But why? Like, but there was no kill order put out. I mean, in my headcanon, they killed him over shitty orders, sending them all out to die like that. How's the queen? Yeah, that's a good question. How is the queen? Hold on. Well, she currently has a mandate that she wants done. But she's alive. Currently disgusted upon retching on miasma. She's helping carry bodies. And other bits and pieces. Yeah, I have no idea. Got memorials being drawn up. Yeah, Huh. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. Maybe he like went to go steal an artifact or something. It's possible. The aesthetic after the refursing of her nose of her husband died. What? Also, in other news, what's my manager up to? Cutest, what the hell are you up to? I'm just not gonna worry about the fact that the king died too much. It doesn't really bother me. It's more just, why? I'm assuming he was committing some sort of crime. I'm gonna kind of give my dwarves the benefit of the doubt here. Also, because, like, it doesn't seem like there's any more infighting going on. Where the fuck is Cutest? There you are. Cutest, you need a new career. Yeah, seems like it. You don't have to, do you have to carry the boulder with you to manage the work orders, Cutest? That necessary? I mean, I guess it must be, but like, that doesn't seem necessary to me. He was married to the queen, yep. Showed up with the queen as part of her entourage. It's an emotional support boulder. I mean, I guess we kind of need it in times like these. Literally carrying like this conglomerate boulder. It's strength training, actually. You know, he's dragging the boulder around to make himself stronger, clearly. Go sign the paperwork, as they say. All right, what does the mayor want? 3 earrings? Well, I don't know, lads. What I do know is that they are doing a mighty efficient job of cleaning up all these bodies. You just linked a 9gag image. Yes, that is in fact how he does that. I'm just sad that that site still exists. The amount of stolen work on 9gag is a wee bit offensive. It's their pet rock. It's more like a pet boulder, but... Although if anybody's going to have a pet rock, it's going to be a dwarf from Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, that at the very least makes a degree of sense. That a dwarf would have a pet rock. You've never been to 9gag on purpose? Good. No one should ever go to 9gag on purpose. Going to 9gag on purpose is like intentionally going to Yahoo. You prefer the Reddit flavor of art theft? Well, at least on Reddit, they shame the person for stealing the art, not crediting it. And usually somebody links it anyway. Meanwhile, Elon Musk all over Twitter going, why do people bother linking to artists? Blah, 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 blah. Damn it. Hey, you know what's cool, kids? Promoting art theft and then minting it on the blockchain. Like, you know how GameStop has his, Mr. GameStop has his NFT store. You know how GameStop has an NFT store? You know that the most commonly sold, like one of the most common things that's happened on there so far since its inception is that people keep on taking web games based from itch.io, mostly Pico 8 games, and selling them as NFTs that they don't own. Like just taking games that they don't own and being like, hey, let's just sell this. It's stupid. Absolutely ridiculous. Yes, Troopin. That's why I blocked him on Twitter, to be honest with you. Aren't just totally dead yet? Because people keep buying them. Money is how they're not dead yet. Because there are people making shit tons of money with them. Including somebody I worked with previously on this website. FOMO? Sure, you could say that. We'll have a 0.1 day trademark. Yeah, sure. It's certainly the this is why we can't have nice things internet edition. Place item in tomb. This for the king? Yeah, looks like it's for the king. Ah, they're putting his clothing in the tomb. King is already in the tomb. I guess we're gonna have to tell Orange that the military just decided that the king has to die now. My hope is that the king had been... Actually, hold on a second. Are there any zombies here right now? I know this is like a weird thing to just say out loud, but are there any zombies in the fortress right now? Hold on. I need to find out if I can interrogate a ghost. So I'm going to try and interrogate a ghost. But also, after we do that, we're going to interrogate this Void Hunter. My hope is that they convinced the king to steal an artifact, and the king tried to steal an artifact, and then the military executed him. Which is actually a thing that can happen. You know, my favorite way to put it is the same reason why I don't accept every single sponsorship I'm offered and every single possible partnership I'm offered and every single brand deal I'm offered. I accept very few of them because you know what? Not every single thing in the universe needs to be monetized. They don't. Like, you can monetize most things, but not everything needs to be monetized. And I just kind of accept that a lot of things don't need to be monetized. And that's how I roll. But I'm also not a successful capitalist. I'm getting by, and that's about it. I have indeed monetized me playing golf. Actually, no, because I didn't make any money during that stream. Nobody threw bits or anything. So, no, I didn't. And I wasn't sponsored to do that. I want to know if I can interrogate a ghost. I'm sure I can't. But the fact that they show up on that menu makes me hope that I can. It's a hot take. You know what I would do if you minted an NFT of my Twitch clip? I would have it taken down because it's technically my property and I own the copyright to that Twitch clip. So I would have it taken down if you were to do that. I know that you're joking, but like, jokes aside, if you did that, I would have it taken down. Also, if you did it in less than 24 hours, you're technically breaking Twitch's terms of service. You would deserve it. You'd pay the gas fees and then have it deleted? Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny because a while ago, when NFTs were first popping off, we joked about minting a couple NFTs for this stream, but what I wanted to do is make 20 unique t-shirts, get them all screen printed, take photos of me holding each of the t-shirts, and then sell the photo of me holding the t-shirt as an NFT, but as part of buying the NFT, you get the t-shirt. And the t-shirt would just say something like, I bought an NFT, I'm an idiot, and all I got was a stupid t-shirt or something. Taking the piss out of NFTs with NFTs, but we decided against it. We did like I did genuinely consider it for about a weekend. And then I came down from that particular high and came to my senses and didn't do it. But I did think about it. Not the dumbest thing I've considered doing, though. Didn't even take much soul searching. I was like, actually, you know what? I don't want to be involved with this. Didn't do it. Slab. Rock. 100. Let's just make 100 rock slabs, because damn it, I'm going to need them. Also, hey, Caden. Throw the USB stick away. I mean, yeah, I could also just like send you a USB stick with a JPEG of me holding it. What I should actually do is just make a line of anti-NFT t-shirts that just say things like, I didn't buy an NFT, but I do have this t-shirt. That's what I should actually do. Thank you for the great videos on YouTube. You've been interested in this game for a while, but you've been waiting for the Steam version, and I'm the best source of news. I think I'm the only source of news, unless you speak Russian. There is a channel that does similar content to me in Russian. 3.5-inch floppy, because I don't have a floppy drive on my computer currently. I could. That one does, but I'd have to plug it in. So I don't know if I want to do that. Shirt instead of NFT idea. And I need to put like QR codes on all of them that just link to my stream. Maybe not, but the problem is like I don't want to work with any merch companies. Although I'll say this, if you support me on Patreon at the $7.99 tier, or the $7 tier, I think it's $6.99. I actually can't remember how much it is. I think it's $79.99 Canadian. But if you support me at that tier, I'm getting let me grab them. All up in this chat. Getting these made. They're not NFTs, but they are pretty handy-dandy patches. We'll be mailing those out to patrons when they arrive. They're pretty small, but if this works and people like them, I'm down to do more patches. Making 200 of them. I'd much rather make patches and plushies than other things. Ghostly Elite Wrestler has been put to rest. Good. Oh, that's another thing that might have happened to the king. The king might have gotten possessed in all the chaos. But in regards to learning Dwarf Fort, or just getting into this game, Pixie, if you have any questions, give me a shout. Game's not as daunting as people make it out to be, although this fort is kind of daunting. This fort is kind of goofy at this point. It's gotten a little silly. It's a little bit nuts, but still entertaining. NFT on Etch-a-Sketch. You're making me want to make a fortress that every single floor is a different CryptoPunk because they're such simple designs. All right, we interrogated one of the zombie Void Hunter, and we've made no progress. So I'm starting to think that the king just got possessed. Then tell them they broke it. Which is like RimWorld, which I'm told is like Dwarf Fortress. So here's a dirty secret. Anybody who plays RimWorld and tells you RimWorld is like Dwarf Fortress hasn't played Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is very different fundamentally from RimWorld. It's kind of like saying, oh, I've played Civilization and SimCity, and they're basically the same game. You build houses in both of them. Or like Doom is exactly the same as Arma. They both have guns. Well, well. But if you want a game that's like Dwarf Fortress, that's a lot like Dwarf Fortress, especially in the way it plays, I would recommend, well, Going Medieval's not a bad one, actually. Going Medieval's all right. Going Medieval's a little shallow. It doesn't really have much to do in it, which is my issue with it. But I really like this one. Yeah, Going Medieval is closer to Dwarf Fortress than RimWorld is. RimWorld is nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Going Medieval, because it has Z levels, has similar concepts, but gameplay-wise is totally different. Like, the building is similar. But I recommend Odd Realm, because Odd Realm is, it's $15. It's made by one dude from my city. And think about it this way. This is my way to explain Odd Realm. If Dwarf Fortress is Minecraft, Odd Realm is Terraria. What madness is occurring? I just lost 20 dwarves and to a massive siege, and we're still disposing of bodies. So that's kind of how I would like explain the difference between Odd Realm and Terraria. Odd Realm has like pre-built lore and bosses that you can summon, and multiple different factions that you can play, and playing different forts and bases just kind of slowly drip feeds you lore. Is there less micromanagement of individual dwarves? Well, I mean, you give them jobs, but I can't select Vakar Ustathshigin and say, go here. I can't do that. They just do what they want based on the jobs they have. And there's no priorities on the jobs. It's just whether or not they have the job assigned. And then they decide what they want to do. However, you can tell the military as a squad of people, like say I want these 4 soldiers to go somewhere. I can tell them to go somewhere, and they might go there. They might not. Which is fun. I actually need to squish those squads down a little bit. I mean, yeah, they also have individual memories, which are all currently pretty terrible. And thoughts and family trees and histories that once they've been changed or contorted, they stay that way for the rest of their lives. Songs of Six is fantastic. It's nothing like Dwarf Fortress, though. Songs of Six is probably the coolest city builder in development right now. At least the coolest large-scale city builder. Like, it's... Songs of Six is like a weird... It's like if someone just made Pharaoh on steroids but let you build all the buildings yourself and also jammed Total War in there somehow. Going Medieval is, you know, a game with a pretty big studio behind it. And it's neat, but even looking at their, like, 3-year roadmap, it's like, well, I mean, Dwarf Fortress does all this stuff better. I'll just play Dwarf Fort. Quill makes videos on Songs of Six? Really? I didn't know that. Unless you're talking about Dwarf Fort. Huh. Well, good for Quill. That's a good game. Okay, most of the bodies have been removed. We lost Snail in that fight. We lost Hex Wrench in that fight. Still figuring out which dwarves died. Something's on fire out there. What is that? Oh, it's Lignite. Well, Lignite does burn for a year, so... Well, that's good. That's good. I need to play more of that, and I keep saying I need to play more of it, and then I just don't. I don't know if you've seen it, but I have a almost hour-long interview with the developer of Songs of Six, actually. I mean, it's got 99% positive recent reviews and 97 overall. Yeah, no, Songs of Six is fantastic. The only negative review I ever see on that game is from my friend Kiri, which is over a very nitpicky thing to do with the rain, which, it's fair. I don't know if it's worth the negative review, but up to her. Yeah. I mean, I whenever I get around to playing it, yeah, because I added sickness and health, right? Yeah. Steam, why do you...
Hello, everyone.
Steam is like just autoplays YouTube videos when you open them up now. What the fuck? I hate that. Anyway. Need to figure out how to like mute all of Steam. I wonder if I can just do that. Hold on. Sound settings. No, sound mixer, that's what I want. Steam, can I just mute all of you? Yes, that seems to have worked. But, yeah, because, like, when there's YouTube videos like this embedded, they just autoplay now for some reason. You just mute the videos? No, these are YouTube videos, not the store page videos. Yeah, I don't know. The problem that I have with Songs of Six is every time he puts out an update, I always look and see what the next one is, and I go, I'll wait for the next one. That's the problem I've had recently. Like, they're all good. When they give you a chance on Steam? Well, it's probably going to be around 30 bucks if I had to guess. But Dwarf Fortress has, like, limitless content. You could also just download it for free right now. Or throw the money on Patreon. Which is, you know, how most of us do that. I mean, I chuck $10 a month at Pay 12. Although some of the most success I feel is when I look at my comment section and someone's like, I just chucked $100 at Pay 12. And I go, yes, I got one. I'm just glimpsing at YouTube comments right quick. Oh, hey, YouTube's kicking one of my videos into the algorithm a little bit. Well, that's nice of them. Thanks, YouTube. Please keep doing that. It's been a while since they've done that. Been a couple weeks, actually, since they've done that. But, yeah, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games, and I talk about this a lot, but Dwarf Fortress is one of those games that it's really just more obtuse than it is hard. It's not a hard game, and I think a thing that a lot of people are expecting because of how much RimWorld a lot of people have played, that I think is going to surprise a lot of people when they actually start playing Dwarf Fortress, is that Dwarf Fortress is easy. Like, it's developed this mythical status of this, like, impossible to learn video game because, admittedly, it's kind of obtuse. But that's all it really is it's just kind of obtuse. It's not this impossible to learn nightmare video game. I mean, my favorite, like, comparison to draw is it is far more difficult to learn how to competently play Escape from Tarkov than it is to learn how to competently play Dwarf Fortress. And Escape from Tarkov is one of the most played popular games in the world right now. Tubal Gemsit. That dwarf just named their shield Tubal Gemsit. I want to sit on those gems. All right, so we're engraving more memorials. Let's see if I can place more memorials. Never touched power generation at all. You can make a stable fort with little effort. The challenge comes from setting your own goals. Yeah, I mean, you can make Dwarf Fortress hard, but it's not a hard game. You can make any game hard, though. It's like, it's perfectly possible to make any game more difficult for the same reason that it's like, you know, Elden Ring, hard game, right? That one girl on Twitch that just beat it as, with one hand. You can make any game harder if you want. Done responding to YouTube comments. There's a few of them. Channel's a wee bit busy currently. But after we're done dumping all this crap, hopefully the next fight we won't... I think I'm just going to leave the dwarves inside for a bit and not go outside for a while because I really... By go outside, I mean not raid anybody for a little bit because I really need to not kill my entire military like that. That needs to not happen. It legit just can't happen. Because if it does, we're just going to end with no dwarves left. Okay, so you join the Disemboweled Sabers, 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 you join the Disemboweled Sabers. Okay, they're up to 10. Alright, so you join... Rolf, you join the Gilded Messiah. Hydra Slayer joined the Gilded Messiahs. Or did I just remove them both from the Disemboweled Sabers? Yes, I did. Okay, you guys go back. Okay. Papers of Armor. In the Gilded Messiahs. You're in the Disemboweled Sabers. 2, you are 2. Okay. Just trying to, like, divvy up the squads just a little bit. That's not how the game works, really. I mean, I could have, like, some sort of secret entrance from the side of the map, but they always spawn on different sides of the map. They're not always going to pop in at the exact same spot, so it really doesn't matter. Unless I were to build, like, a secret entrance on every corner of the map, and frankly, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to send my dwarves out for a little bit. So I just received an email from an advertising company, allegedly, an alleged advertising company. And I posted a screenshot because I thought it looked kind of strange in my team Discord, and they've informed me that the website doesn't exist. It's like, that's pretty sus. On. This job's interesting sometimes. All right, let's claim all of this. Not entry, but little bunkers. I'm just going to tell you right now, if you want to manage that with your dwarves, be my guest, Diamond. I can't be asked. No way in hell. If you want to manage that with your dwarves, go nuts. I will just simply not go out for a bit. Seems fishy is all I can say. Dreams of attaining a rank in society would flee the most necessary of battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation. Good luck. So masterwork often is inflamed by hatred and feels hatred towards things and is quick to anger but has a sense of duty. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and likes to take it easy. Well, you're going to go join one of my squads now. How about you? You're a legendary swords dwarf. And you're not currently in the military? Well, go join the military. Develop hatred towards thing. You have a strong sense. Oh, wait, that literally just added you to the squad. Those two become military dwarves. Jump over here. Dabbling spear dwarf, eh? Dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. Interesting. Hey, Fog! Would a 5th grader fall for a phishing email? I mean, probably. Not. Likes a little excitement now and again. How you doing, Fog? Not gonna lie, your badge threw me off because you're the only person with the artist badge in my chat that isn't, like, cooler, and I kind of forgot that you had one. Actually, I kind of forgot that those badges existed, too. But sup, man? Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. I feel that. Fifth grader and... If you don't know what a phishing email is, you've already lost. Not bothered in the slightest by deviations in the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance. How do you feel about stress, Dwarf? Do fine, I think. Shit.
Button.
Can I get a round of beers for Fog continuing to push that button? That's a long fucking time, man. 58 months. So the term phishing, PH, spelled with a PH, means you're attempting to con somebody, essentially. You're fishing for somebody who can be tricked. Yeah, no, it's like, I feel that. Like, a streamer I watch, his mom resubbed for 100 months recently. And he just kind of sat back and he looked at it and he was like, you know, Mom, I know I was never good at math, but I don't even know how many years that is. And it's like, whenever I say this, Chad always tells me how many years 100 months is, but it's like, that's a long time. For reference, it's 4.5 years, fuck. 4.5 years. And I've known you longer than that, because you watched me for quite some time before I had a button that you could click. Good guy, mom. Good guy, mom. Yeah, exactly. Man. By the way, this is important to relevant news, chat room. Destiny has a grappling hook now. Also, Age of Empires is 50% off. I might actually buy Age of Empires 4 on Steam. I've just had it on Game Pass for a while. That's actually, I think, cheap enough for me to buy it on Steam. No, for 58 months. So it's like not 8 or 9. 8 or 9 years would be 100 months. I think it's 9 years. 9 and a bit. Hey, H2O. There's a hell of a lot of cabbage. Yeah, it's now a very big jar of fermenting sauerkraut, which I can't smell yet, so fingers crossed. 8.333333333333 years? Well, that's good. I don't even know if I said the right number of threes there. All right, that seems to be it for the slabs. You could just keep saying threes, probably. 8 years, 4 months. Orange, I have bad news. The military executed you for mysterious reasons. I'm not totally sure why. But you just randomly died. I don't think the queen ordered it. My theory is you probably got corrupted by somebody and were trying to steal an artifact and the military just whacked your head off, but you were the king. You're now a smear and the queen is still the queen. Although if she gets a new lover soon, that would be very funny. She does have many close friends, though. None of them are in this fort, though. Except for Wilmer. Busy with local events at this moment. This new job is keeping you happy and you're doing things you want to. Hell yeah, dude. I don't know if you ever got to see it, but the Game Jam stuff went great. That's the result of all of that. For those of you who don't know, Fog does all of the logo work for my stream team and podcast. The king is gone, but not forgotten. I already forgot, but, you know. It was a pretty rough siege that we had to fight already today, so. Hopefully the next one isn't as brutal. I'm just making another. Exactly. Orange. I'm just making more ways to drain the lava out. Because that is something that I do actually need. So how goes the waiting game, Orange? On the topic of jobs. Also, now that I've been thinking about the number 3, I want to play the game Threes. It's kind of like, it's actually the game that was cloned a billion times and renamed to 2048. So if you ever played 2048, that's Threes, basically. Except Threes actually had like charm and was a much better game versus 2048, which was fine. It's kind of just a knockoff of Threes. I love Wait What all the way over here, just like chilling with himself. He's my brewer. I don't know. Well, because it's a game about multiplying stuff by 3. I don't think 3 is divisible by 67, so I don't know why 67 would appear in the game Threes. That doesn't make much sense. It's a game about sliding blocks together to do math and multiplying them by 3. Yes, it's a prime number. But I've never played a game that does anything with prime numbers, so you're asking my limp brain a question about prime numbers, and I go, I don't know. Trying to coordinate when you'll be in Toronto? I gotcha. Twitch is a prime number. I mean, I bet you that there's some math game out there somewhere that does things with prime numbers that probably is what you're looking for. Like, if I just go to Steam and type in prime numbers, let's see what I get. Prime number. I got Warframe. Google. Puzzle game using prime numbers. Pick the primes. This seems terrible. Oh, there's a Wordle spinoff called Primal. Where you make here. Good luck. I mean, there's a bajillion times 1,000 ripoffs of Wordle. I think it's just funny that's called Primal. Primal? Primal. Primal? Sure. I mean, you're definitely not surprised because you're orange. Caravan from my friendly dwarves have returned. We have to trade a bit. Just gonna sell all of the large clothing. that we have left. This will speed this process up significantly. It's a good thing I opened the gates up. I wonder, is stuff still burning? No, it seems to kind of have stopped. That's good. Where you ferally attack fellow commuters? Oh, that sounds great. Let's do that. Isn't that just like New York commutes already, though? Ferally attacking other fellow commuters? I'm pretty sure that's just like most people's commute already. That's surprising. Wait. That should be your reason for quitting and moving to Vancouver. Also, I love the fact that you very much had that conversation with your boss after we discussed it on this stream. Because, you know, that was a very hot topic of discussion for a bit yesterday about how so few people have heard of the Blues Brothers for some reason. Oh no, YouTube didn't boot me into the algorithm very heavily. Just briefly for an hour. God damn it. YouTube, you're supposed to leave it in the algorithm for a bit instead of giving me one really good hour and then going back to normal. That's me when I need a vacation. When I just announce that I need to stop and wait for 24 hours. You haven't wordled in a while? You think found out when people were sharing their post was the catalyst of and value for you? I'll be completely honest, I've never actually played Wordle. Everybody was posting it on their social media feeds and I noticed it, acknowledged it, and decided it was not for me. I was just like, you know, okay, sure, that's a thing that exists. And then I just kind of moved on. Like, I just kind of skipped it. It's not that it's, like, a bad game or anything. I mean, it looks fine. Looks fine, but I just... Meh. That's kind of my take on Wordle. Meh. And he'd never heard of the Blues Brothers, hey? I'm assuming that your boss is older than us? Because that is impressive. Wait, hold on. Is your boss French? Because that might have something to do with it. I mean, it is a very English movie. That would make some sense. I'd give him kind of a pass for that. I guess, like, slowly what I'm learning is there's two kinds of people in the current generation. There's people who have seen the Blues Brothers and then everybody else. 53-ish? Wow. That's from, like, the height of its popularity. Damn. What a shame. What a shame. I didn't even watch the Blues Brothers last night. Last night, I ended stream. I recorded a video of me complaining about a Polygon article for 9 minutes, and then I ate a cinnamon bun and then went to bed. Not French? Okay, it doesn't get a pass. That's impressive. That's like being 53 years old and not knowing what Star Wars is. Or not knowing what the Rocky Horror Picture Show is. It's like that was a fucking cultural phenomenon. It's like not knowing what the Ghostbusters are. I guess like they stopped making Blues Brothers movies, whereas they keep making Ghostbusters movies for some reason, but... That's quite a lot of clothing. You know, it always like deceives me just how much clothing is in an area until I send like 100-something dwarves to go remove it. It's like there's a lot of dwarves removing all that clothing. A lot of them. How depressed are you, Dwarf? Weaver? Got into an argument. Is that lit? It's like this dwarf saw billions of dead bodies. Billions of dead bodies. Is angry upon dwelling upon getting into an argument. Got into an argument with somebody. And that's what's giving this dwarf an anxiety attack. Not the bodies. You should have quit on the spot. Nah. Over a movie, that's low. It's not their fault that they're culturally inept. At least the bodies can't argue clearly. You know, this dwarf's just like walk around lecturing all the bodies. It's like, argh. Anyway, a separate weaver, not that one, is now going into a strange mood. So that's cool. I'm sure that's got something to do with it, right? Like, the bodies can complain. The bodies are just lying on the ground, bitching loudly. But he just wins in the argument, so it's fine. Oh, hey, my post got 100 upvotes on Reddit. Look at that. You know, people always talk about, like, on my Discord, or not on my Discord, on, like, Reddit comments about various zombies doing things in Dwarf Fortress. And I always, and, like, because this person here says, looking good. I wonder if they could actually animate the missing body parts. That would be crazy. I do wonder how zombies will work. I fondly remember a dislocated head was chasing around an elven caravan member outside of my fortress. And I'm sitting here going, like, I once had a human neck scaring children at the edge of my fortress. It's like, I do wonder that too about Premium. Is like, are bits of creatures that get reanimated as zombies going to appear as just the full body? Or is it literally just going to be like the neck? Because, God, I hope so. God, I hope so. Let's bring our trader over. I just want to see like a neck inchworm just into the fortress. It won't happen, but I want to see it. Oh, don't want to sell any pots. That was a whoopsie. Go put those back. Hello, puppet. What's up? Picture point. How's things? How's work? I just lost a lot of dwarves. And then burned up the remainders. Sad days. Picture point, I've got a question. You work in film. Have you heard of the Blues Brothers? outside of it becoming slowly becoming a meme in this chat that people haven't heard of the Blues Brothers. A spine? You'd have to have some way of disassembling the spine from the body without it being mangled, but I've never seen a spine. There are spines in the game, but I've never seen a spine as a zombie. So you have heard of the Blues Brothers? Are you surprised when you encounter people who haven't heard of the Blues Brothers? Although, to be fair, I didn't do a British accent. I just did the Pirates of the Caribbean line, "Hello, Poppet." Not that it's, you know, accurate representation of any accent, but, you know, I digress. Very surprised. Okay. This is just a very common topic of discussion about how shocking it is that people have actually not heard of the Blues Brothers. Oh, you want to see cool? Here, I'll show you cool. You know, let's go up here. This bridge. All the way over to here. All the way up to here. All the way down to here. There's a secondary tavern over here. Nyum. Pretty cool fort. That's all troll clothing. Oh my god. Well, let's just buy all of the bars. I might need them later. I mean, it is a mountain home, so it better be relatively legendary. Although the king got executed for some reason, I'm not sure why. Okay, we're buying a bunch. Why do they have so many copies of Die Savage? DYE. Well, I guess we might as well buy all the copies. I mean, it must be a popular book. I'm gonna buy some cheese because all my livestock died a while ago. You haven't seen the film? Really? That's a shame. I know it's like mostly a like a American/Canadian film. Like that's where the majority of its popularity is. It's just such a good fucking movie. The Blues Brothers is what taught me that the word fuck exists. So, you know, I wouldn't know, or I wouldn't have known about that word for at least another 6 months had I not seen that movie when I was a little kid. Because the soup is fucking $10, which is hilarious in today's context. Hi, Arch. How thing? Don't mind me just trading all this used, shredded troll clothing for Olm Brain and Llama Heart and Goat Kidney, apparently. You learned that off of a Scottish bloke at a football match. Can I just say, that has to be one of the most British things I've ever heard. You learned about the word fuck from a Scottish bloke at a football match. Cole, the Weaver, has created Relouche Borush, a split pigtail skirt, and claims it as a Hamley heirloom. Question is, where did you leave it? Oh, it was the depressed dwarf. 26,240 is the value. This is a split pigtail skirt. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of pigtail. It is made from pigtail cloth, and the item has an image of Bambul Robe Zenith, the dwarf, in Beak Dog leather. On the item is an image of Bambul Robe Zenith, the dwarf, in conglomerate. On the item is an image of raspberry bushes and willow. Well, yeah, Scottish. All right. Oh, hey, we finally interrogated somebody, but nothing of value came from. Fuck was your first word? Not cunt? That's impressive. Not a fan of that word? Gotcha. That one is like weirdly commonplace here these days. Alright. Doesn't really faze me. Well, that smoke is just going to be there for the next year. I'm very confused by that sentence, Orange. What? Where are you hauling those boulders? Oh, you're making slabs. Oh, yeah. God, I just sold them so much crap. Guess we'll buy some fish. I mean, you're making multiple assumptions by that statement. So, I'm just going to say that that joke's in poor taste, but moving on. Like, really shitty poor taste. So I'm going to ask you to apologize to Arch now. Actually, that's up to Arch, but... I think making jokes in poor taste for someone stating that they don't like a word is just kind of a dick move. Until a friend in a class told you the translation of it. Well, I mean, for whatever it's worth, fanny directly means butt, and there are funnier words for that have the same meaning as the word cunt. So you could theoretically use other words that are hilarious that don't have the same kind of gravitas, I guess. I'm not gonna lie, it made fanny packs way funnier. Anybody else here live in the same, like, era of people where a thong was a sandal? Also, investments are open if you want to waste your tickets. I mean, I was dumb 45 minutes ago. I don't know why you had to wait 4 years. Jesus, fuck, those investments are big. Diamond. 100,069, good luck. 105, I do. It's just 100K. It's a big goddamn number, man. Big goddamn number. Just 100,000. Just remember, the closest person to you in tickets has 60,000. It's just 100,000. Chat, we are witnessing why capitalism doesn't work in real time, and Diamond is our example. I think that calling a fanny pack a bum bag is sillier for some reason. Although it depends on whether or not you wear it on the front or the back. Most people wear fanny packs on the front over here. Like, you'll almost never see somebody because it's hard to sit down with one of those things on your back. Like, if it's around the back of your waist, unless you're on a run, there's, like, no logical reason to have it spun around the back. Do you have fire? I mean, do you? Chops? I can believe that. She has to apologize a lot. That's funny. Do you have fuck? That is funny that in our local dialect it literally means fire. Yeah, but I guess like the thing is you spin it around back to walk and then you spin it around front to unload something, spin it back around. But like, I don't know. I had an era of my life where I had a fanny pack years ago. It was a very long time ago. And it was always on the front, never on the back. It's just too hard to like sit down with it on your back. I mean, here you can buy like shoulder bags that are literally just a large fanny pack, right? Like you can buy shoulder bags that are like the exact same design, but they have like twice the storage space. It's like a fanny pack for someone who weighs like 600 pounds. But you just put it over your shoulder. It's actually a pretty good way of doing things, I would say. Dwarves are all reading the new books. I'm going to disband that squad. Move all these dwarves into the free seals. Mincott is currently in bed. And you join the free seals. All right. I'm slowly recondensing my squads. I mean, he lost, what, 500,000 last night or something? So, I mean, he'll earn it back. I lost 1.3 mil today, but you're recouping. Yes. Uh-huh. You've lost more tickets than most people have ever had in this channel. And that sounds like a joke, but it's genuinely true. Hey, Jimmy Timmy, long time no see. How you been, dude? They're finally transporting food out here. There we go. Also, Fog, at some point if you have some free time on a Friday, we gotta bring you onto the Halcyon podcast. Because it's been too long since you and me have recorded something. It's been literally years since the schematic stuff. Good to hear, Jimmy. Hope you've had a good summer. Heard someone spinning their wheels. Something we gotta do. Gotta bring some water over here at some point, because this is not gonna fill up. Or maybe pump lava. Sure, I could pump it along this bridge. Reroute something to just go all the way along there. We could do it. We can make it work. Like a lava thing that goes all the way along. Work week done. So what's the plan for the weekend then, aside from just vegging? Sarlacc? It would be good to just chat nonsense for a bit. I'll talk about video games. That's nonsense, right? Be like the good old days. For those of you who don't know, me and Fog, in multiple different iterations back in the day, used to do streams and stuff together. Been a long time. Farm CSA, take half to grandma's, and then stop at a diner for burger. Yeah, that sounds good. Burger sounds good right now. Burger sounds great right now, actually. It's like there's a scholar coming over here. What is a farm CSA? I can't remember what it stands for, but the long story short, a CSA is basically just where you pay in advance, and then, my mom and dad had one for a bit. You pay in advance, and then once a week or whenever your agreement is, you show up and you just get an allotment of their weekly harvest based on the amount that you paid for. So you show up and you get a portion of that week's harvest. So it's just whatever they have. So it's a way of prepaying for a year's worth of, or however long's worth of fresh produce without having to, you know, go to a grocery store. So instead you just go to a local farm. My parents had one for a bit, but the one that they had started supplying restaurants, and so the quality of the like community allotment went down because I guess they were making better money from supplying restaurants, and now they just supply restaurants. They no longer do the CSA, but it's quite a good business model for smaller farmers. Something I've always wanted to do is, if I ever end up living somewhere suburbia-like, or a place with a lot of like single-family homes, something I've always wanted to do is something that my aunt and uncle actually do, where you basically just volunteer to farm people's yard for them, and you get to keep a portion of it. So you just show up, farm somebody's yard, bring in soil, plant stuff, and then they get a portion of the harvest and you take home the rest. Or alternatively, they take all of it and they pay you to do it. That's something I really want to do. Yeah, Pablo Rasta. Also, hi, Pablo Rasta. Yeah, I really liked when my parents had their CSA, because when they would go on vacations, because like this was like in 2016, 17, 18, when they would go on vacations, or if they'd go away for a bit, or if they couldn't pick it up for whatever reason, I would just get free produce that week. So I would just show up, sign in for my parents, take my parents' allotment, and leave. And it was great. It was just like, hey, look, a bunch of free beets, a bunch of onions, like some garlic, some pile of lettuce, like some tomatoes. It was a cucumber. It was great. If I ever successfully grow weed outside of the one time I grew weed in a closet, Onyx, It'll be on my own property, probably indoors, so I can monitor it. If you're going to be smoking something, you want to know exactly what goes into that soil. That harvest tree fruit, you want to say gleaning is the term and donate it for you around here? It's a bad idea to have a lot of fruit trees around here, especially in the areas where fruit trees would grow, because I don't know if you've ever heard of this mysterious wild animal. They like to roam in areas close to mountains, and they're called bears. If you plant fruit trees, it's a real good way to get a lot of fucking bears in your front yard. Also, Jesus fuck, lady. The hell? Yeah, anyway. The drunken apricot bears were the best, though. There's a really famous video of a bunch of Australian... what's the word I'm looking for here? When you travel to another country, tourists, a bunch of Australian tourists up by the Coquihalla, and they ran into... And they ran into a brown bear up on the Coquihalla, because brown bears sometimes make their way down to the Coquihalla Highway. They're normally further north, but sometimes in the middle of the summer, they do wander that far down. Anyway, this was like back in the days when like cell phone cameras were first starting to be a thing, like flip phone cameras. And there's this photo, and these photos were found later by the newspaper, after they were found dead, by the way, of them getting out of their car and taking a picture of this bear. Walking closer and taking a second picture of the bear. Closer and taking a third picture of the bear. The last picture is him holding out his hand like this, and the bear is up on its hind legs. It's like, the fuck? Anyway, people are stupid. The bears did nothing wrong. Poor bears. There's a I have a 100% guaranteed survival guide on how to not get killed by a bear in the wild. Walk away. Walk away from the fucking bear. Don't try to pet the bear. Might look cute, walk away. If you see baby bear, look for mom and walk away. Don't fucking the bear. Exactly. Don't even slow down to take a pic. Yeah, absolutely. You went to see Nope, the movie? It's got a scene with a chimp. What is Nope? I've heard people reference Nope. Haven't seen Nope. Don't know anything about Nope. What is Nope? Oh, yeah, that too. Just don't go outside and you won't see bears. Walk backwards. Make loud noise. Make yourself appear bigger. Hold hand up. Middle of nowhere farm gets invaded by aliens? Okay. Ranch training horses for movies, dying business? Huh. Bears have been extinct where you are for thousands of years, and you know not to do that? Absolutely. Made by Jordan Peele, who made Get Out. I also haven't seen Get Out. I've only seen the ads for Get Out, and I'll be honest, they kind of explain absolutely nothing what that movie's about. But That Key and Peele? Really? Huh. Interesting. Don't really put them for that kind of entertainment, but guess I shouldn't be surprised. Your wife took you to the cinema, head down to not see the poster? Huh? One of those movies, I gather. I've got tons of free dwarves. What kind of dwarf do you want? Literally just tell me a job and I've probably got you a dwarf. This is an interesting comment thread, which I'm going to read out loud because it amuses me. This person commented on my most recent, or my video from yesterday that I posted. And they said, I'm interested in the version that you're showing in the video. The current version I have is something called Paradox Eretz Pack or something. First comment, it's the Steam version and it's not out yet. Response, makes sense. First person responding to their comment a second time 5 minutes later. Must be some beta tester. Lucky son of a bitch. Like, me? No, I'm just posting screenshots sent out by the devs. God, I wish I was a beta tester. That'd be fantastic. Make my life so much easier. If only, yeah. I mean, if I had access to Premium Dwarf Fortress right now, guess what I'd be streaming currently? Not this. That too, yeah. I mean, assuming I was, I would probably actually, if I was a beta tester, I'd probably be under NDA, which would probably actually just be really frustrating, if I had to guess, based on like my previous experience from being under NDAs. Probably just be really frustrating, because I would know that I have stuff, but what post premium, Pablo? Also, did you ask what kind of? Can I look at your memorial? It's probably been made, yeah. What kind of dwarf did you want, by the way, Pablo? There's Ayers. This is a superior marble memorial to Catan Ayer. Olental Agesh, and the slab reads, in memory of Ayer, born in 166, struck down by the troll Asno, dungeon musty, in Kagostusu, the crazy onslaught. It was pretty crazy. In the year 229, slayer of the goblins Snowdub, Scorpion Brash. I can tell you for a fact, I have not signed a single Dwarf Fortress related non-disclosure agreement. I also have never played or touched Premium DF. Within the last season, Pablo Rasta, she was bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long, and uneasy after being unable to acquire something for too long, and bored after being unable to practice a martial art for too long. You dream of raising a family, and she's romantically involved with Saigon Bolt Doyles. Bold Oils, not Bolt Doyles. Bold Oils, and is a worshiper of Rash Death Fatal. She is 61 years old, born on the 22nd of Galena in the year 168. Her very short hair is neatly combed, and she has a round chin. Her slightly flattened short ears have nearly fused lobes, and her hair is pale taupe. Her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are amethyst. She is never sick and quite durable and quick to heal. She likes lignite, zinc, and topaz, and plum wood, and gorilla leather, and weasel bone, and giant cave spider silk in the color light blue, squares and bucklers, and flasks, and barn owl men for their coloration. And the words of the fated Oblivion, and when possible prefers to consume bilberry wine, and absolutely hates snails. It's a good thing Snail's dead then. We had a dwarf named Snail for a bit. I've read all of this text a billion times, so it just kind of blends together. That's the thing. It's because, like, it's the same lines in different orders, right? So you memorize the lines after a while. She personally hates those who wield power over others and values eloquence and views loyalty unfavorably. Values romance and sees war as a useful means to an end. Dreams of raising a family. Although I do actually have a habit of talking so fast that sometimes people comment that they think that they're watching my videos in 2x speed when that's actually not true. But I can't read as fast as I can talk, so. She is bashful, and she doesn't often feel envious of others, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She is slow to trust others and doesn't mind wearing something a little special now and again. She prefers everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and she often feels lustful. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she is currently more confident, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. She is troubled by this as she values romance, and she can handle stress, and she has a sense of duty, and though she still views loyalty in a dim light, and she is an abstract concept, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she tends to be passive in discussions and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she begins to talk more slowly when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, doesn't really care about anything anymore. What's in the wardrobe? Clothing? Oh yeah, and bodies, naturally. Mostly camping gear. You thought you changed the setting accidentally or something? Yeah, no, people often think that, like, my videos are sped up. That would be something special to wear every now and again. Oh yeah, that is true. Mm-hmm. She likes having something special to wear now and again. Any free elves? I don't think so. I just have the one elf. Yeah, I just have the one elf. Yeah, the only elf in this fortress is my mayor. I do have a goblin, though, and a human. But, I don't know. You're asking about my plans for a stream before and after Steam release? What I usually do. After release, it'll just be the usual affair. It'll be generate a world and play a bunch of forts in it. I'm more concerned about pre-release. But post-release, it's gonna be normal affair. No, I'm not restarting Long Death to those people who keep asking if I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I do have plans. It's just, it's hard to explain my plans because realistically, it's like, it's just going to be annoying YouTuber stuff initially. Bunch of basics tutorials in a short period of time. Like a 40-minute video on how to start your first fortress kind of deal. Like that sort of, did I make that? I can't remember. like a 40-minute video on how to start a fortress kind of deal, that sort of stuff. Probably just like a UI review. It's talking about the UI placement and screens I like and screens I don't like. I'm going to go through and like record footage of every single biome I can find and just do a video of every biome in Dwarf Fortress, or try to, which will take some time, but I want to do that. Yeah, I've got a few things I want to do. I want to immediately dig too deeply with 7 dwarves and just be like, this is what the demons in the hell looks like. With a big censored icon over top of it, obviously. My mayor wants 2 more earrings. So, you know, stuff like that. That's what I'll be doing. Like, that's what I'm more concerned about. Post-release, it'll just be... I haven't fully decided what my schedule is going to be, but I know I'm going to be streaming more days of the week. So instead of doing the 3 days a week, I'll probably be doing closer 5 or maybe 6 for at least 2 weeks. Evil tropical moist broadleaf forests. There's one in this biome. We settled in one. But yes, even tropical moist broadleaf forests. I want to do videos like that. I mean, anybody who followed T90 Official, the Age of Empires YouTube channel, I'm probably a circus unboxing video. I didn't think of it as an unboxing video, but sure. I mean, like, my hope is that I just get it with an NDA like a week or 2 early so I can just sit there and like take a week off streaming and just work on YouTube shit for a week. Like, if I ever just be like, guys, I'm taking a week off streaming, and it's Dwarf Fortress isn't out yet, you know what's going on. Because I might do that. I release YouTube content at release for sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. So I just like phased out of existence for a second there. But yeah, no, I've got a lot that I'm going to need to do in a short period of time, and that's going to be kind of bonkers. And I'm kind of looking forward to it. Like, it was funny. Somebody asked me, they're like, Blind, are you genuinely looking forward to the Steam edition? I'm like, yes and no. And it's like, yes, I'm looking forward to it because I want it to be out and done. And I want Tarn to like be excited, and I want Zach to be able to just go work on cool stuff against him. I want Zach and Tarn to be able to go work on cool shit again. But at the same time, no, I'm not, because I am very well aware, maybe more so than most, about just how much fucking work I'm gonna have to do in like 3 months after release. Because it's like my only opportunity to capitalize, really. And then there will be a second opportunity that'll probably be smaller whenever they release adventure mode. Am I going to get any help editing to pump them out? Are you going to pay them? Like, who's paying this help that you're referring to? You know that, like, my successful videos, like the ones that get like 30, 40,000 views, make like $30. The Steam release? Yeah, sure, but with what budget? With what? Am I going to go take out a loan so I can afford an editor for 2 weeks? You know how much editors cost? like editors are usually like $20 an hour, and that's on the low end. That's on the low end. So, yeah, no. Sorry. I mean, I make $40 to $60 a day on Twitch usually, and on YouTube, Well, here I can show you. I'm just coming off of one of the best months I've ever had on YouTube. In the last 28 days, we've done $219.69. Let's see, in the last, let's just do this year. Okay, so this year on YouTube, I've made $1,706.55 on YouTube. Days I don't stream, I get about $3 to $10 a day. And that's, of course, before taxes. So I haven't taken the 30% discount off for taxes. And then you can go look at my Patreon and see how much I get there, which is about $450 a month. But that's kind of fake because it's lower than that, because a lot of those are annual subs. So those only pay out once a year. So it's actually closer to about $380 I get a month. Oh, it's legit, sure. But I'm not gonna go and invest like thousands of dollars in an editor and potentially bankrupt myself. I need to not be crazy. And I don't feel okay with letting editors work for free. Which is always people's second response, which is just, oh, just find a volunteer. It's, here's the actual thing. I should do what you're suggesting. I should just like go borrow some money from my parents and hire an editor for a month. But the realism of it is I've formatted my videos and set up my videos in such a way that I really don't need an editor. Like, could I get one? Sure. Would it actually help the quality of the content? Probably not. Like, that's kind of a maybe situation. Poor Dwarf. Should I do that? If I could afford it, yes, I should. But I can't afford it. But it would also only really be worth it. Actually, no. I mean, it would be worth it regardless, but I can't afford it. Like, that's just unless I'm like getting somebody to work for free. Also rip the count died again. It's one of those, like, there are legitimate reasons why I shouldn't, but there are definitely legitimate reasons why I should. But it kind of just comes down to the matter of I would lose all of my runway in about a month worth of having a full-time editor. And I need about $4,000 in my bank account by the end of the year to be able to pay taxes, because taxes cost me about $4,000 a year. So if I were to pay for an editor, I'd be able to afford an editor for maybe 2 weeks. Maybe. And I probably wouldn't make that money. Like, I'm currently, I think I'm probably betting against myself more than anybody else. Like, this is gonna sound kind of silly, but like, I'm expecting not much out of Steam release, because if I expect to be super successful, I'll be disappointed when the usual happens. Like, I've been in similar positions like this, right? Where there's a big release for a game. The last one that I was in was RimWorld, right? I was one of the most well-known RimWorld streamers at the time. Thanks for gifting a sub to Wellens Mate. Cheers, dude. I mean, I was one of the most well-known RimWorld streamers at the time when RimWorld left early access. And everybody jumped on that game. Everybody made videos about that game. Everybody streamed that game for a good couple of months. You know what happened? I had about 1 week where I had a slightly inflated viewership. And everything after that, significantly less people tuned in, because everybody went and watched all the bigger people. And then very few of them came back afterwards. I had about 1 week of slightly increased viewership. kind of expecting that to happen again. So I guess I've just been burned enough times in my life that I just accept and expect nothing major to happen. Like, I'll prepare for the best, but I will expect the worst. So, you know, maybe if I'd had big successes in the past, I would feel more comfortable taking a gamble like that and hiring somebody. But because I've never had big successes in the past, and every single time I've placed myself in a situation where I could theoretically have a big success, it's always been a disappointment. It's very difficult for me to bank on that now. I'll say this, if I put up 3 videos and get 1 million views in 2 weeks, bet your fucking ass I'll have an editor in a week and a half. But I don't see that happening. Like, if premium launches and my YouTube channel just gets 100,000 subscribers overnight, I will hire an editor like that. But I need that kind of insurance first before I start throwing that kind of money at things. And that's the way I've been pretty much my whole life. I'm cautious to a fault. Has there been any questions about the pre-release and interviews? Not in the interviews, no. But I've asked, and the response I've gotten is, I don't know / we don't know. Which usually means they know and they're not saying anything. I mean, I've directly asked Kit Fox about that, and the response is always, we'd love to give you early access with an NDA, but we have nothing to confirm right now, and we don't know what our plans are. So, I don't know. It's not something like you can really ask publicly. It's like, what are your plans for pre-release? Number 1, that's not up to Tarn, most likely. That's up to Kit Fox. And number 2, they're not going to tell me. Because at the end of the day, and this is going to sound harsh, at the end of the day, I'm just free marketing for Kit Fox. But you know who else is free marketing? Every other big YouTuber on the planet who hasn't made a video yet. You know who's just as important as me, if not more important than me? Every YouTuber on the planet with more subscribers than me. Right? So they know that I'll be making content for them regardless. They don't care. They know that Dwarf Milker Vampire keeps visiting here and is now stumbling around obliviously. Bud, you okay? Anyway, like, they know that I'll be making... They know that I'll be streaming. They know that I'll be playing the game. They know that I'll be making videos about it. So, in a lot of ways, I matter less. Because what matters to them is getting people like Raptor and getting people like Ambiguous Amphibian to make videos. Me, I'll be there regardless. So I'm in a lot of ways low priority. So I don't know. We'll see. I expect disappointment and prepare for it. Whether or not that's the best way to do things. All right, what the fuck? Charcoal. I need 50 or 20 charcoal, I think, to make. Because I'm pretty sure you need charcoal to make mechanisms for whatever reason. But, you know, contrary to some people in YouTube comments' belief, contrary to some people in YouTube comments' belief, the only special treatment I've gotten in regards to Dwarf Fortress is sometimes they send me the screenshots like 15 minutes early. That's the only special treatment I've gotten. So it's not like... That's not special treatment. That's just me saying... Like, people talk about the interviews like they're this big, crazy thing. I literally just sent Tarn an email. Like, I just sent him an email and asked. Anybody could do that. And he pops up on random podcasts from time to time. Like, literally just email the guy and ask him. Like, to quote Tarn, he's like, I'm just at home programming. Just call me and we'll find an hour that works. It's like, that's just Tarn being Tarn. That being said, please don't do that because, like, you'll kill my entire reason to exist. But greats. Rock, great. One. But yeah, that's not special treatment. That's just Tarn being a cool dude. Like, you'd be surprised how many people are willing to just talk to you. You just got to reach out and ask. All right, let's see if we can get some more dwarves into this military. This mechanic. As an example. Created a great work of art. You're impervious to the effects of stress. All right, join the Free Seals, please. Yeah, I don't know. There's like this weird misconception that a lot of people get where that people like me are always set. And a lot of the money that we make, it makes it, and a lot of the ways we make money makes it look like we do really, really well. But I'm below minimum wage for most of the world. At least for most of the Western world. So, you know, keep that in mind. I'm technically impoverished according to my tax bracket, which is funny to me. The only reason I live the way I do is because I don't own any kind of motor vehicle. And I'm kind of lucky and have cheapish rent. So, I don't know. People just... It's a weird industry. I think I should make another video about how much YouTube pays me. I did one previously, a while ago. We've been hit by winter once again, meaning it's been almost a year since the last siege. And almost a year since the last siege. But anyway, we need to talk about something else because this is clearly very boring for chat. Chat, what do you guys want to talk about? Yeah, I've been trying to smoke less recently. I mean, I'm just looking at chat, and the only person to have said anything in the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes actually, with the exception of a round of beers, is Pablo Rasta. So chat, what do you guys want to talk about? It's obviously not weed, and it's obviously not how much money I make or don't make, or me complaining about launch. That, or I need to go to lunch break, one of the two. Games don't say it. That insane necromancer shared more tales from beyond Threatdweller. Really, now? The Mint Invasion. You know that not all goblins are green, right? And most of these ones are gray. So it's more like the gray invasion, which makes it sound like weird alien conspiracy theories. But very few of them are actually green. Oh, my bad. Sorry, you have to be more specific, or I just assume you're referring to goblins. My patio, I mean, it has plants on it, and there's mint on it, and it's tasty. That's about where that ends. The one in the fort? Look. His skin is green. His eyes are red. His hair is extremely long. He has a high voice. His somewhat splayed out ears are very short. His nose bridge is concave and his head is broad. His hair is indigo. His skin is green. Has it just been too hot for a hot meal? Sounds like it. Just have no... You just repotted some mint you grew? There's this lady in my building who's been like cultivating this mint behind a hedge and then decided she wanted to move it. And so she asked me to uproot it and plant it behind her hedge. And I was like, no, you do that. And then she was just like, well, I won't do that, because she's one of those people who's like, well, if I can't make somebody else do it, I won't do it. So I had this tiny little planter about this big, with a tiny little seedling of it that's self-seeded from mint, and I went and planted that, and it's like this fucking big now. She's like, where'd this mint come from? I'm like, I don't know. I mean, replanting mint, that's ridiculous. Replanting a weed. Ironically, weed, very difficult to grow. Go figure. I don't know why they're not working on, Let's just make rock mechanisms. 20. Make them out of gabbro. Don't quite have enough gabbro, but that's fine. Orthoclase also works. Orthoclase is lava safe, right? Certainly didn't see it if it was in there. Yes, okay. So let's, rock mechanisms, 30. I do need a rock grate for the mayor, though, I think. Yeah, 1 and 3 more maces. Actually, we can make those out of silver because I got some more silver. All right. We're going to just keep digging this. I want to be able to drain this thing faster. It's doing a pretty good. Well, that's good. Yeah, that stuff's difficult to grow correctly. That's just a very finicky plant. It's a fun plant to grow, though. I know, a little bit more of this. Maybe you were just too lazy to cook. Maybe you were. I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt that it's too hot. Because in my opinion, that's totally fine. Looks pretty. Yeah, it's a nice looking plant. Let's see if I can find this meme. Thanks for gifting a sub to Onyx. Wilmer. Can't find this meme. Problem is I look for the still no carrots. For this meme, which is still no carrots. And I... see if I make this search more specific. I think I may have found that I'm looking for. But seriously, thanks for gifting a sub. Very kind to you. Also, I'm aware that we're under attack, but anyway, this is the post that I was looking for. My son got this flowering carrot at Home Depot. This isn't cannabis, is it? So what's funny is, if you look at carrot plants, the leaves look almost exactly like weed. And every so often, a post like that will pop up. But there's one specific one that I was looking for where it's like a greenhouse, except there's just weed plants just like coming out of every single hole in the edge of all of it, just like completely full from end to end with plants. And the caption just says it's like 55 weeks later, still no weed. Also, this is interesting. So I attacked the other goblin civ, right? This is the other goblin civ. They're all elves. Iron Helms, I'm assuming? Oh, that's distressing. On the item is a rendition of the Watch of Midnight, a well-designed image of a jute plant. This is the symbol of the occult seduction. Never mind, it's the same faction. A goblin civilization. It is made from deerman hoof. That's distressing. It's made from deerman hoof. Oi. Huh. That's a mental image. And they're immediately murdering the poor wombat that was just, or Wolverine or Weasel or whatever that was. Wombat, okay. Curious to see how big this siege is gonna be. Let's give him a minute to get inside. Just wait until we tell Diamond he has to pay taxes on those tickets. I was kind of hoping like goblins and trolls or humans would show up to fight alongside of them. So these are elves that are wearing copper and iron gear. And they've got swords. Yes, they're elves, but they're all named with goblin names, meaning those child snatchers were mighty successful. It's like all of them. It's a pretty small siege. Slam that shut. Slam that shut. Yeah, pretty reasonable sized. Yeah, either from child snatchers or conquered land. Although elves breed pretty slowly, so. Also, hey Darren, I hope you've been doing well. Why is that crew just like turning around there? Alright. Slamming the doors shut in the nick of time, I'd say. Cutting it a little bit close. I can't stop yawning today. It's like I've been drinking coffee all day, but I just want to take a nap. Well, hopefully we can give them the proper burn-in treatment. Oh, after they take a real quick detour and murder another wombat to death. Unnamed Civ members of conquered lands. Oh, really? Well, that's possible. So now we wait. Pretty small siege, though. I'm going to just say screw those two back groups. We're just going to wait until the majority of these frontliners are in. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, Void Hunter. Oh, leader Void Hunter. So an important Void Hunter? Who's got human nail rings. That's a little spooky. But they're named in Goblin. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's like they're enslaved and then forcibly given new names. It's like, your name is 6 now. It's like, but, your name is 4 now. Oh, no. It's like a science fiction movie, you know? Then experiments are a whole nother bag of worms. See if any of them will step on that weapon trap. That weapon trap is made with an artifact, by the way. And so, like, that weapon trap has just been there forever. Keeps getting doused in lava, and it's fine. Hasn't broken yet. Anybody? Come on. And, oh, okay, they dodged it. God dang it. Damn, I might need to kill this one out front. One out front has gotten a little overzealous. We're gonna have to stab this lasher to death, I think. Well, we have a video game for you, and it's called Cheese Runner, Pablo. If you feel like gambling, that is. Let's go cut this Silver Scourge wielding lasher to pieces. I think my dwarves won. Yep, can confirm we did in fact win. So we're gonna wait until this back line here is inside, and then we'll pull the levers. Because these guys aren't going to make it too far up, I don't think. Unless somebody decides to sprint ahead again, at which point we'll do what we just did to that one. You know, we're currently being sieged by goblin-enslaved elves, so they're elves wielding iron. Aside from that, it's pretty good. Pretty good. How's Duke? 2 new videos out in the last day and a bit. Pretty happy. Lots of fun, you know, things to be excited about. You know, just chilling. Just chilling. All right, let's just slam the gates shut. I don't really want to get into a full-on fight again. Just kind of want to torch them and move on. Get that one done ASAP. Gotta slam that door in their face. Come on, dwarves. And... oh, shit. Why did you just go sprinting away there, dwarf? Hawkeye has been found dead. Oh, because there's an elf lasher up here that I totally missed. Well, shit. Come on, go pull that lever. You got this, Stone. Go pull the lever. Also, Stone, why are you flashing? What happened to you? Her upper right arm is gone? What? No medical history, my ass. I'm sorry, Stone. Apparently your arm is missing. We've got a elf that needs stabbing. This one. Not sure how they got past our defenses, but it's fine. I mean, I'm sure she'll be fine, but like, sheesh. It's pretty intense. Call a doctor? No, I mean, it's healed. Anyway, these elves are about to get reunited with, The Rock! Not Dwayne, though. Just gotta give it a moment. There it comes. There it goes. Perfect, 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 perfect. I love how that first, like, line of elves there is gone in, like, a matter of seconds. Just gone. Just gone. This elf is on fire. Alright, so now that all that's shut, we can open this up. I can turn this back on. You know it, Duke. Well, that's a lady, so she's living her life without her right arm. This is why you just learn to use your left. So, Wild Peak just posted this from Gamescom. That's the record label that I buy a lot of records from. They do a lot of pressing of game soundtracks. I mean, there's nowhere for them to go, really. I just did. Armor. Being on record is saying something in an official capacity. I literally just said that in an official capacity, because on my stream is as official capacity as you can get for me. You just jump in. I kind of like when they bunch up. I wonder how long... These things have probably mostly been alive longer than this world has existed. What a way to go. I also love how there's like a wall of gear before the actual lava, because the lava's just pushing the armor down. It is a pun, but that's a pun that I refuse to acknowledge because of how bad it was. I'm gonna go cook something. Cooking something seems wise. Guess they've finally decided that they have no chance, so they're trying to leave, but we won't let them. Then I can pull this lever, and hopefully with a bit of luck, we'll catch some of the ones as they run past here. Because they all seem to be running through this little walkway here. Come on, someone pull that lever. Come on. Oh. Eh. Oh, man, you better run. Oh, hey, we got one. They're trying. That's kind of my... Oh, yeah, we got a second one. That's kind of my hope with this, is that when I'm able to just, like, open up this entire walkway and dump lava in here, I'm hoping we'll get even more of them as they go to escape. That is my hope. That's my plan for that addition there, is we'll get the ones that make it on their way out. Some of them will make it. Oh, some of them will. I mean, someone has to inform their boss, whoever that is, that they're all dead, so... This checks out. You know, this one's like, I made a mistake. I'm gonna go the other way. Guys, turn around. This is bad. That was very clean. I'm happy with that. Setting all that to melt down. Can lava ever run out? Nope, it flows in from the edge of the map, so it's infinite. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, cool. I still got the melt metal object job up and running. Claim all that. But yeah, no, it's infinite. But yeah, it's literally just like in the walls being pumped up from down here, which is a lava chute, which is connected to the magma sea, which is down here. So yeah, it's infinite. Yeah, that's sad. That's creepy though. Imagine just like getting attacked by somebody with like a person's foot stuck to their forehead. That's basically what that is. It's distressing indeed. There's part of me that's tempted to just run over there and kill them. How old is this fort? I can't remember what year we settled it, but I want to say about 15 years. Something like that. I mean, we are the mountain home, and I've done quite a bit of work on it. But as for the exact number, I don't really know. They killed a human? Huh. Oh, this was one of the necromancers in the area. Oh. Yeah. One of the local necromancers got killed by the elves. I really wish that there was an easy way to jump to the line that you're responding to. You trained yourself to brush and floss your teeth with both hands in case you break your main one. I've never been concerned about breaking a limb. But it's also never happened to me. Knock on wood. How's our elves? Our elf is pretty good. By that I mean our mayor. They're generally interested, a little bit bored sometimes, kind of embarrassed sometimes at their poor dining room. I ate in a dining room. How embarrassing! Oh, you poor fucking baby. Generally fine, yeah. Still dreams of bathing the world in chaos. I think we're doing a pretty good job so far. All in all. That's my elf's mayor's life goal, is to bathe the world in chaos. Like, seems like a pretty chill dude, frankly. Ha! Nobility, pretty much. Oh yeah, you'll be fine. Sorry, I need a few more. Stoneworker's given birth to a boy. I'm certain that you are referencing something, Frog, but I don't understand that reference, so. We'll just let those elves leave the map. Because they'll leave the map. Yeah, and that'll drain pretty quick. But yeah, this addition to this is going to speed this whole thing up quite a bit. Goddess of Chaos is... Oh, hold on. Google, God of Chaos Gold Apple. Chat, this is a Wikipedia page. The apple of discord is the core kernel or crux of an argument or small matter that could lead to a bigger dispute. It is a reference to the golden apple of discord in Greek, in the story of the judgment of Paris, which, according to Greek mythology, was the goddess Ares, tossed in the midst of a feast of gods at a wedding of Peleus and Thaddeus, I'm terrible at these, as a prize beauty and thus sparkling and vainly fueled despite of the whatever. But, Apple of Discord? Discord has Apple? They've suspended the construction of a bridge. Well, it is mostly engulfed in molten copper right now, so yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Try and construct that bridge currently. I just keep seeing dwarves sprint. Oh, there's an elf right there. Should kill it. I don't know why it's still here. Probably about to burst into flames, actually. No, apparently. Here comes the military to go stab this elfie into bits. At least the dwarves are smart in keeping their distance. This dwarf comes around the corner. Oh god, scary! Something, something, Trojan War, sure. Alright, here come the dwarves. Splat. Alright, there we go. Problem solved. I'm gonna forbid that. It is kind of engulfed in lava right about now. Is there other elves on the map now? Nope. Okay, good. I mean, the dwarves are actually pretty good at walking around lava. As I say that, one of them's gonna get caught in fire, isn't it? But no, not yet. Okay. So far, so good. But I mean, this will drain pretty fast. I mean, yeah, it's almost done draining already. But we're gonna cut all this away, and hopefully this will mean that this thing will drain even faster next time. That is the actual hope, is that it will drain even faster, and then 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 even faster. And you know, we'll just keep improving the system until it's basically draining instantly, and that's where we want it to be. That's where we hope to get it to be, anyway. Which to the fairest one inscribed on it, and Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite started quarreling over who the apple should be given to. You know, can I just say, it's really adorable how much fairy tales are literally just like, or rather, Greek mythology is literally just fairy tales. When you like look at them from like a very critical modern lens, it's like, ah, yes, literal fairy tales. It's almost like that's where the tropes came from. Yeah, it's the Greek version of 90210. Yeah, pretty much. I like this comment that I just got on Long Death Part 221 on YouTube. This person says, lays siege to Long Death, wrestles with unicorns, refuses to elaborate, leaves. Pretty much. Because we did get sieged by a bunch of humans, or yeah, a bunch of humans that just vaulted into the unicorn pen, beat up my unicorns, and then left. Okay, yeah, they'll be safe. I was a little worried from over there going, okay, are they gonna get a little too close to that? But no, we're good. All right, so that'll be a good, like, drainage system here. Can also kind of make this look a little less jaggedy, I think. We ain't no alliance, so. Floating throne, squad? Oh, chat, Squug used to be rich. Can I get a big round of beers? And a bunch of cheers and shouts and, I don't know, pretend excitement. Because Squug watches this stream enough to be able to throw 100,000 channel points at absolutely nothing. Congrats, dude. Well done. It's a lot of channel points. Just like throwing my own party. I love that between like me and FG, we can throw a pretty good party. Hey, Socks. How's you? Now I just need this lava to cool off. Also, hi, Mark. How's things, man? We got Socks and Mark here. Now I just need Stone Pants to tune in. We got the old school crew. Not quite old school, but the less frequently speaking crew. Squug's the old school crew. Pretty good. Good to hear, man. Forgotten Beast, Gashak Xanor Kick has come. A gigantic three-eyed bee. It has a knobby trunk and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous sting. How fitting. It'd be weird if it had webs. I don't believe I've ever seen a bee Forgotten Beast. Forgotten Beast. What a beast. Although it might actually be able to fly into my fortress. Please click on the sexy bee. I clicked on the sexy bee. Unless you're talking about the one in the game. Doug Ford? Because that's the guy who swallowed a bee while he was talking about privatizing parts of fucking Canadian healthcare. No, Ontario's healthcare. That was a very funny video, though. Poor B. What a way to go. Made Minecraft eating sound effects? I mean, look at him. Of course he'd make Minecraft eating sound effects. The B. I would elect that B, yes. Saigon the Stoneworker has been possessed. Not another artifact. You'd have known it if you typed the word. Yeah. I don't think there's that much for me to read in the Discord word story. Hold up. Let's see. There's literally 3 words. Chat room, you guys have 1 minute to put stuff into the Discord word story, or rather, you have until this dwarf begins a mysterious construction to put words into the word story room so that I read it. Because you guys need to get better at keeping that thing filled, because it's been empty for a while. Or slow for a while. You're going to bed? You have a good one, Real. Cheers, dude. It's nice to see you on the YouTube channel all the time. Grabs a piece of coal. People are typing. Well, that's a good sign. Evening, General Grub. It's a lot of coal. How's your day been, Grub? What you been up to? We just burnt a lot of elves that were enslaved by goblins and attacked us in the name of goblins with goblin names and goblin weapons. So we just had to, you know, lavify them. We've also lost a lot of dwarves today. It's been kind of a rough one. But, you know, it's been very fiery and exciting. So, good times. Good times all around. All right, chat room. We're getting there. I haven't played with Magma for a long time. It's so much fun, though. Currently, everybody in chat is writing in the Discord so that I can read the word story. Because there's only 2 words for me to read, so I'm just getting them to read or write, like, nonsensical weirdness for me to read. Once this dwarf's finished gathering all the artifact stuff that they need. Although maybe I shouldn't have done until the dwarf gathers all the artifact stuff, because this is going kind of slowly, and you guys are still typing. So I think I'm just going to start reading right about now. Unexpected words obfuscate intentions sometimes. Vote B for prime behavior. Oh boy. Minister. Party now. Late night streams with bees. Every the is weekend, all right? For once, chaos has failed the high rule. Don't miss walk with doggy after dinner. Dinner, yeah, all the dinner. Blind, please read the ceiling is... I'm waiting. Broken. Now. All right, we're done. Well done. Thanks for playing along, chat. One of these days, I'm just going to have a lot of people watching, and then you guys are going to make me read that, and then people are just going to start typing, and I won't be able to keep up. It's going to happen one of these days. That is a fun minigame. It kind of is. You must say that you expected more B puns. Chat, insert more B puns for next time. It's every 2 hours that you guys can make me read it. So theoretically, if you guys are like up and at 'em on it, there's always going to be something funny for me to say or blurb out real wildly. I do think that we should vote B for prime behavior. Minister. It's the prime behavior minister. I think the B's should have a say. Minigame, exhaust the streamer, where we try to out-type your reading. Sounds pretty fun. I'm in. Do I have to pronounce the words correctly? Gems shining, skin, bars metal, stone rock, raw green. It's bones probably. Yeah, I don't have bones. And there's nothing I can slaughter. And I obviously don't have many hunting dwarves. Meditate on torture. How lovely there, dwarf. If I can get you to go hunt something. I mean, there's a bunch of wombats and some turkeys. Good looking thing. But yeah, no, I mean, it's not called Exhaust the Streamer, it's just add a word stories. You guys are always free to start typing when somebody does that. It's just a matter of you guys jumping in there and typing faster than me. One word at a time. So there really would need to be a lot of you in order for you guys to, like, outpace me, but... You know, so I used to be a Discord partner, right? Until last year when they finally removed my partnership because I'm not big enough nor cool enough to maintain it, apparently. But back when I was a Discord partner, I used to get a lot more spam from random accounts asking to buy my Discord account. And I get a lot less of that now. It's kind of nice. Kind of nice. You know what one of my plans for the weekend is, chat? I want to play through Entropy Zero. I just have zero interest in playing through this on stream. This is a Half-Life 2 mod. And that just released. It's essentially Half-Life Opposing Force, but for Half-Life 2. From what I've been told. What's the benefit of being a Discord partner? You get all of the Discord Nitro stuff for free. And they send you plushies and things in the mail. So you basically just get all of the Nitro benefits for free. They also send you some other perks. There's a few other things. You get to be part of a special Discord server where you can talk with other partners, which is pretty useful. They send you invites to networking events at conventions. It's pretty useful. I mean, it's not the most important thing. It's more just like a static, like a bragging rights thing, because it's hard to get. And then people don't need to boost your server because you just have all of the benefits, or you used to, and then they added more benefits, which now you do need to boost for. But you can essentially obtain all of the benefits by boosting your server and having Discord Nitro. I do kind of miss having it sometimes, though. It was always nice getting random, like, birthday gift and Christmas gift from them in the mail. Because they would send me, like, a little card that said happy birthday and shit. Like, I don't know. They're this weird, it's not a paid thing. Like, they're not paying you for advertising their shit for free, but it's just this piece of software that everybody uses anyway. And it's kind of neat to just have a company that is that good at running a partner program. And there's very few that are that good. All right, getting all that stuff sorted. This bridge is super cool. All right, chat. I think I'm going to take a real quick lunch break. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm hungry, so I'm going to pause the game. When I come back, we will play some more of this. Don't know how much more, but we will play some more. So I'm going to take a real quick lunch break. When I return, we will continue playing Dwarfs, but I'm going to pause the audio in the background and give you guys something to listen to. Got some fucked up bats flying outside. They squeak so loud your ears hurt. Oh, that sucks. We get they're called pygmy bats. They're about that big. Like they're tiny. And they're silent. You don't hear a word that you don't hear a word that they say. Yeah, that's what I mean. You don't hear a thing. They're completely silent. They're just in the middle of the night. But they're cool. I had one fly into a tent that I was in once. We had to like grab it by the wings and throw it back outside. They're cool little critters. I like bats. I'm gonna go get some food. I will be back in a couple minutes.